Hello everybody and welcome to March Mascot Madness number 4, part number 1. We have 8 parts of action for you, posting every Sunday and Monday throughout the month of March. Hopefully you're excited about it. Thanks everybody for submitting predictions. You can no longer do that because that's just how it goes. You can't predict as these videos are going up on YouTube because they're already recorded and stuff. You can't do it. I could, well, no, because I have to do all the results. I had a thought. There was a thought. There's been lots of thoughts about how I basically extend how long you can submit brackets for like as long as possible, but then it requires a lot of extra work on my part, and it's like, no, just do it the regular way. It's fine. Everything's good. If you missed out, if you're new and you didn't get to fill out a bracket, you'll have an opportunity next year. I'll be doing this again for 2025, so get excited about that. Usually what happens is I'll post a bracket reveal video late January, and then it'll roll into what I'll probably do is I'll pick the 5 best games of this tournament, and I'll do that, and it'll be a reminder every like Sunday or Friday or whatever day I decide to put them up. This is your opportunity to weekly be reminded to fill out your bracket. Then there'll be a first 4 hype stream where I do a couple of games, talk about the brackets, and put that up right before we hopefully stream next year. Next year's thing I was hoping originally to stream this specific tournament, but it didn't quite work out in my favor. But that's fine because you'll be able to watch it every Sunday and Monday. This is also your warning. Do not check the brackets between Thursday and Monday. You should check brackets Thursday or Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday before 6 p.m. Pacific time, because that's when I'm going to record the videos, is Thursday at 6 p.m. I'll be in there posting scores and doing all that sort of stuff. So just be aware of that. If you are not here for like that and you just want to see how well you did, that's fine. Just like be cool in the comments. Like don't spoil anything for anybody. Hopefully everyone has a good tournament and we can have some fun. I will make sure to remind you or update the standings before the first game, after the 4th game, and then at the end I'll give you like a where everyone is standing at the moment. Again, thank you everyone for submitting brackets this year. Yeah, I enjoy doing this tournament. I haven't done it in a couple of years, and I'm excited to bring it back for 2024. Subscribe, ring the bell. You'll be notified when I post new videos. And the best part is that because of the way that OBS has been updated, there won't be a big chunk in the middle that's like 15 minutes of me taking a break. So let's get going here with tournament number 4. Day number 1, we have 8 matchups for you. Let me actually flip to the camera we're going to be using, which is this one right here. I'll have everything listed up here. These will not update. This is just a stagnant image. But that way you can see kind of what games we're looking at, and it also it fills out the image pretty nicely. But for today's games, we have the Washington State Cougars hosting the Washington Huskies. Then we'll head to Duke, North Carolina, for a matchup with LSU. Memphis is going to take on Dayton. Ball State against Georgia. Miami is taking on Georgia Tech. Michigan State visits Connecticut. Pittsburgh is in Penn State. And to round it out, we have Arizona State taking on Mississippi State. So there you go. Let's get underway here. And I will actually right now we will start the tournament. Bam. It's good. I'll record scores until the tournament is complete, and I will be super extra mega careful with it. There are so many ads on this gosh darn site. Oh, there you go. You can at least close that one out. So let's get going. The Apple Cup. It's our kickoff event every single year, or tip-off event, I should say. Cougars and Huskies, they have extended it for a couple more years, at least in the football space. Number 24 Huskies taking on the Washington State Cougars. We are playing on All-American 10 minutes, and I like that press box thing, the press box camera, so that is what we will work with. If I got a bloody nose at the very start of this, because I've already had like 3 of them today, I will be very upset. So let's mute this camera. And you could hear me groan in agony as the game loads. It's loading. There it goes. So here we go. I certainly did. Goodness gracious. Great balls of inconvenience. The Huskies win the tip, and we are underway for March Mascot Madness number 4. Conveniently working with Bloody Nose number 4 that I've had today, so that's exciting. Huskies put up a shot from small forward number 3 and buries it, man, in his Cougar, I should say, in his face and everything. I did look to see if you could auto-generate the names. Couldn't find the setting. Maybe it's a thing that we can add later. If there is a setting and someone lets me know, we can work with it. But for now, it'll just be the position and the number. Oh, the shooting guard. I got that one to rattle home. Dangerously close to stepping out of bounds and turning the ball over. The feet are the weirdest part of it. I don't think it'll affect these two teams because they both look like they're wearing normal shoes. But there are some teams that will look like they're on the three-point line or they're out of bounds. Nice block by the Cougars. But they won't be because of the way that the thing's kind of just draped on the regular character models. That's a very nice defensive play for Butch T. Cougar, who has never won a game in these tournaments. They won like a September hype stream that I found a bunch of teams who had never won a game and put them all against each other. Bounce pass inside, going back to number 3. I believe he has all 5 points for the Huskies. Another shot with the defender in his face, but he comes up big. And the Washington Huskies regain the lead. Give myself one of the more challenging games to commentate with the same state. There are 3 teams from the state of Washington in the tournament: Washington, Washington State, and Gonzaga, who is in day number 3, I want to say. Splashing it home, and the Huskies are getting out to an early lead, or an early 5-point lead. I have not looked at anybody's bracket. Hopefully no one put the Cougars very far. Again, Cougars have never won, so yeah. And there's a nice 3 from the Washington State Cougars. We can look at... Oh, also, hey, if you have your... Please don't overload the encoder. Stop it. Just run fine, please. Washington State with a big 3-point shot there. Cutting that lead down to 2. They give it up on the other side. Can't get it in. The off defensive rebounder's right there. He drives inside, and they're going to draw a foul. It's good. I mean, it's decent defense. They forced the miss, or got the miss, I should say. But the contact does draw a foul. Let's see if I can shrink this window. This Internet Explorer window. Nope, please. Oh yeah, there we go. Anyway, can I do it like this? No. Uh-oh. That doesn't seem like it's going to work very well. Okay. So let's see. Thankfully, I can see everyone's. So if you're worried that I have your email, I don't. Please don't be concerned about that. I should have probably looked at this before, but we'll go ahead and just take a peek at it right now. I see a Washington State Final Four. I see 2 Washington State Final Fours. I see a Washington Final Four. Oh boy. I see another Washington Final Four. Am I the only one that did not put a Washington school? No. Wait. It's 12-8. Huskies lead. This is a huge game. I did not realize that this was such a big game. Washington State. Washington State. Washington State. Washington. Washington. Oh. No. Okay. There are 2 of us. Myself and one other person do not have a school in the Final Four that is playing in the very first game of the tournament. Washington State cuts the lead down to 4, 14-10. Each half will be 10 minutes at the highest difficulty level. We'll use this camera angle. Small forward number 3 on the outside, isolated. And they cut the court in half, basically. Let him work by himself. Tries to free himself up for a 3, but a little too strong. Nice rebound by the Cougars. Oh, it's deflected. It was just kind of a lazy float pass. He was probably trying to get into the paint, but the Huskies with an excellent deflection there and stolen away by the Cougars on the other side. It's a 2-on-1. Fast break opportunity, but he can't put it away. Oh, the left-handed finish a little short. And 4 minutes gone here in our first game of the tournament. 64 games will be played, 8 parts, 32 hours. of content on the channel. It's very exciting. I have water. Another tipped pass. And we see turnovers back and forth, but the Cougars can't take advantage of their nice defensive plays and create some offense. Center into the double team. Oh my goodness, you're taking that shot. 2 defenders in his face, 2 steps beyond the arc, and the shot is good. 14-13. Bounce pass into the center, spins away from it. Number 5 back to number 3. He had a clean look at the 3. It's a beautiful, and beautiful is not the right word, but it's a really smart pass to kick it back to the wide open Husky behind him. Cougars, 2 quick passes inside, gets the defensive positioning. That is one of the most dominant plays in this game. And it cuts the lead down to 2. Good matchup here so far, which is what we want to see. I don't know if I finished the thought because I didn't realize how many people had Washington or Washington State in the Final Four. So some brackets are going to take some hits real early in this tournament. The shot is up and no good. Fouled on the way up. Second team foul for the Cougars. The first free throw is up and good. The second free throw is good as well, and the lead is at 4. Pass inside, kicks to point guard number 12. The Huskies working with a little bit of a full court pressure for some reason. 2 quick passes again inside. The center fights through contact. The basket is up and in. And there will be an and one opportunity here. Somebody was warbling down there. Well, shot is short, but it's, it was almost put back to tie the game. The ever rare 4-point play for the Cougars. The center left that free throw well short. There's shooting guard number 5. He's off the mark. But center number 42 comes up with a, no foul, but it's the Huskies. Everything is happening right now. It was a nice offensive rebound. I thought he was going to end up drawing a contact and a foul. There's a foul and the basket. We're going to get another opportunity for a 3-point play from Butch T. Cougar. I believe it'll be their first lead of the game if they can knock this free throw down. Absolute madness on the other end of the floor. And as the Huskies, I thought were going to have a really clean look at it. Or they did have a clean look. I thought it was an easy 3. That play is very good in this game. Bounce pass inside. Huskies from the paint convert. Washington 7 of 12. The Cougars 8 of 13. 21-20. We go back and forth in this one. There's a little mid-range jumper for the Cougars. It's missed, but the putback is good. Right to him. That was almost like a better pass than a shot. It bounced right into his face. Well, there it is. They're running it again. Number 5 on the outside. He's got a 3, but it's a little too strong. The Cougars with the lead get the rebound to bring it up the floor. Oh, but they throw it away. Trying to find him in the corner, but he found a Husky's hand instead, or a Husky's paw. Number 3 trying to work inside. The 2 guys in the bottom of the screen, or the left of the screen, not really doing a whole lot there. Bounce pass to number 4. Number 4 up with the shot over the, this one's like the up shoulder. This is like the down shoulder. Oh, number 12, 2 steps inside the line, a little too strong. Tried to make the adjustment to find a bit of a middle ground. They're going to go with a defensive foul here. No problem there. It's only the 3rd team foul. Point guard number 2, he has speed, he has 3s. Number 3's been effective throughout the day. Bounce pass inside to number 5. Over to number 4, off the iron, no good. They're going to get the foul and the bucket. The offensive rebounds for the Huskies so far have been they've been a big key here early in this game. They haven't done a great job at putting the ball back in the basket, but they're giving themselves a lot of second chance opportunities. you figure once those start going, you could maybe stretch this lead out. Start kind of burying the Cougars. 2 quick passes inside. Hook shot by the left hand, or with the left hand, is blocked. The Huskies back up the floor with the lead, 23-22. Shot by number 3 is no good. Number 11 comes screaming in. He gets the rebound. And we're under 2 minutes to go. 2 quick passes inside again. You'd love to see him kind of kick it back out because there's yet another blocked shot. Finds just enough space and gets it over that the down shoulder for the bucket. 24-23. Oh, gets him off his feet, drives inside, blocked in the interior, gets his own miss, and well, I guess he gets the loose ball. It's not a miss. 15 foul picked up by the Cougars here. I was mentioning during the first 4 hype video that we have never had anybody foul out in this game. I guess notably foul out. There's been like foul trouble, but it doesn't usually... I don't know. It would have to. It would. I feel like it would be really memorable. It'd probably have to be an overtime game. As a deep 3, looked like he held onto it just a little too long. That looked like me shooting a 3 with Reggie Miller and Kobe Bryant's NBA courtside. You want to let it go with the peak of the jump? It's me always like holding B as long as possible, and as Reggie Miller's like about to touch the ground, let it go. Changed my life when I learned that you were supposed to let it go at the top. He just ran out of bounds. He just ran out of bounds. So 27-24. Cougars will get the ball with for the first possession in the second half. Under a minute. Dribbling toward the near sideline. Sets a screen. Frees him up. Blocked again. Ooh, it's a 2-on-1, but there's some speed on the Huskies D. That was kind of a dangerous shot. Looked like he had a pretty clear lane for at least a shot at a layup. In the worst case scenario, you get a 2-shot foul. But instead pulled up and let it go. Got it to work for him in that scenario. Number 3 to number 5. Those two have been good all game long. Inside to number 15, and that's just too easy. Too easy. Look at how poorly positioned the defender is. And the clock moves. Cougars can hold for the final shot. They can tie with the 3, cut it down to 1 with a... Oh, with the 2. That's what they're going to go for. Left hand finish with 6.9 to go. We have a 1-point match. This is about average. High 20s. Deep 3. Can't get it, and another rebound. That shot is no good. Didn't matter, but that's an exciting first half of action. Cougars down 1, get the ball first. Opportunity for a good start here in the second half. Both teams have been turnover prone. There's a little mid-range jumper. Rattles around the rim. It gets the home bounce. Number 11, 14 in the first half. He has 16 of the 30 total. So that's who you're probably going to key in on if you're the Huskies. Make anyone else shoot the ball. They can have wide open whatever, just not him. There's what I'm talking about. There's a couple offensive rebounds. The Cougars just can't limit the Huskies to 1 shot. They had 3 opportunities at it. And not only do they get the basket to drop, they get the and 1. Oh, no, they didn't. I apologize. I thought the shot went through, but they must have called it early. Not really sure what happened there. Either way, the Huskies bury both free throws, and they immediately turn the ball over. The Cougars do, but they limit them to 1 opportunity that time. That is a key defensive rebound. That's a horrible throw-in. Like, kind of, I can't believe that. Number 11, he has 16 on the day. 22 coming up with a big rebound and a jam home. Number 3, a little too long, actually. Just kidding. Bounced around and rattled home. 33-32. I think they called that a 2. Looked like a 3 to me. Nice find inside. And the Cougars retake the lead. These are the kind of games you want to see. Back and forth. Good defensive positioning. Excellent block on the interior. Picks up his own loose ball. And they're back up the floor. Good pressure defense by the Huskies. Pump fake a couple of times. Got him off his feet. Tried to find a little bit of room, but it seemed like his character model ran into the other one. Still found a little bit of space. Good vision. And buries in the basket to put it out to a 3-point lead. Washington back down the floor. Slices it down to 1. Number 11 again with a couple of pump fakes there. Beautiful bounce pass to the inside, interior into the paint. Nice hook shot finish. Cougars up by 3. 2 quick passes inside, and they're going to draw a foul. Number 45 going to pick up his 3rd personal. 2nd team foul. We'll have to keep an eye on that number as this game winds down. Power forward, point forward. Oh, the Cougars. I thought that was going to be intercepted, but somehow, they're kind of tied up, tangled up, loose ball. Number 2, he's on the fast break all by himself, jams it home. 4 straight points for the Huskies, erases the 3-point lead and gives them a 1-point advantage, 39-38. That trap animation is very dangerous if you end up in that. We have an injury. That could be huge for this. What's happening with the Huskies back there? Yeah, that's huge for the Cougars. He hopefully will be able to come back in. He's been the focal point of this offense. And if the Washington State Cougars lose this game, as we see a free throw missed, the Cougars fall in this game. I wonder how big that injury plays. Because when it was 30, when they had 30, he had 51% or whatever it was of the points. He had 16 of the 30 points. Number 3 in the corner finds 25. See if they can get a good facilitator in here. Nice job. Oh, except for it was a step too far in. Threw it off the bottom of the rim. The Cougars actually doing very well in real life in this year, or the current year. Oh, they are higher ranked than Gonzaga, which is wild. I didn't check to see if they won the other day, but nice little float pass inside. Good find. They're going to get the hard contact for the foul. The basket's going to drop. Phased right through him and everything. This game's perfect, okay? All right? If balls phase through people, that's not on them. That's on you. That's your eyesight. Okay? Is that gaslighting? 41-41. Oh, number 11 is out for the game. Oh, for the Cougars, that is horrible. Hopefully they can play some good defense, get some turnovers. Somebody's going to have to step up in this final 6 minutes. 2 quick passes inside. Center is going to go in and get a nice, easy, well, not easy, but fight through the contact, put the basket away. He missed the free throw he had earlier. Second one is good. Washington State leads by 3. Cougars, again, they have never won an official tournament game. They've won some other video type games, but never anything in the tournament. 2 quick passes inside. Center number 14. Feed the man. Feed the beast, I guess. Shooting at a nice clip are the Washington State Cougars. Huskies aren't far behind. His percentage is a little misleading because they're getting a lot of second chance opportunities. So if you take like 10 possessions that have 1 extra shot or whatever, where that percentage can look a little wobbly. Cougars have really needed to make their chances count, and they've been doing a good job. They're really working with that play very effectively, trying to get the ball into the paint, and draw some contact, put them on the free throw line, or just get a point-blank shot. Cougars with a hand in the face. force the miss. Halfway through half number 2. Double team in the corner. Hopefully the game didn't glitch. It might have. This game is perfect. I will hear nothing other than, wow, what a 10 out of 10 masterpiece. This is one of the problems with the game when the players just kind of get locked. They don't usually, they don't get shot clock violations, which is nice. But sometimes, especially if it's like a center or somebody who's near the paint, it can be a little automatic at times. Nice bounce pass. Kicks out to number 3. Good defense. Fights through a couple of defenders. Puts up a pretty good shot, though it's a little bit short. Almost had an opportunity at an offensive rebound, which would have been absurd because there were 3 Cougars right in the area. 2 quick passes inside. Forward. The shot up, but no good. Left it a little bit short. Good defense by the Huskies there to force the tough shot. Number 3 wide open for 3, and he can't get it to go. Both teams a little cold here from the field. Benefiting the Cougars, who are ahead by 1. 2 quick passes inside again, and that one finally drops. Looked like it was going to pop back out, but it's the kind roll at home. 48-45. I love starting the tournament with a good game. Washington State, I don't even think they lose, and it's like close. They usually lose, and they're getting blown out in these games. There's a big 3 from the Huskies, by the way. Knots us up at 48. Ooh, passes inside. Over the double team, left it short. And the Huskies come up the floor. Under 3 to go. Sets the screen. Nobody really bites on it. It's just a one-on-one. There's a float pass inside. They're going to call a foul. It's good positioning. A lot of times we're going to see the defender behind the offensive player. And then it's just like, oh, this is easy. Babytown Frogs. Number 12 is coming in for number 3. The Huskies working with a full court press. Trapped him in the corner. This is not good news for the Cougars, who might turn it over. There is a 10-second. Yep. It's a 10-second half-court violation. Nice block. So the second time we've seen the Huskies able to create a turnover with that pressure, but they haven't made it either time. And in fact, I think they've been blocked both times. As number 5 tries to drive and find some room. 22 puts up a shot. A little long, but an offensive rebound is going to result in a foul. 4th team foul. Once you get to 7, it's a 1-and-1. Huge miss from the Cougars. They have not been good from the free throw line. They are continuing to be not good from the free throw line. 0 for 2 in this time, or at this time of day, and this time of year. Localized entirely in your kitchen. Oh, and you're going to leave them open for 3. 4-point lead. They're going to call that a 2. Oh, that was the wrong Cougar to go to. He's going to get the basket, but there was a Cougar on the other side of the paint that was open. Quick passes inside. The center is going to get up and in for the basket. And going to drop. They're going to go to the line for 1. And they know how to make their free throws. They're going with a full court press. The Cougars beat it, but they have a center down the floor. No good. Shot is short. The Cougars, I just don't think understand how to win games. Quick passes inside. And the Huskies might catch just enough fire from the floor while the Cougars maintain a little bit of coldness. That was a terrible shot. You bounce past that into the Cougar, who looked like he was running free toward the basket. We're looking at 2. At least cuts it down a little bit. Nice turnover there and a quick timeout by the Cougars. If you watched the first 4 hype video, you saw the Cougars, I think they fell by like 1, but it was a really good game. When the turnovers happen, they call timeout really quickly, but the physics or the friction in this game is a little bit weird because it seems like players slide on the floor a lot when they're diving for the ball. That shot is way short. So the Cougars were able to turn it over, and as he was sliding, call timeout before he hit out of bounds. They're going to wrap him up, intentionally fouling. Put the Huskies on the line for a 1-and-1. Both free throws are good. We'll see a timeout here from the Cougars. They're going to need 3s all the way down the stretch. The injury was huge, but I don't think it was quite as big as I thought it was going to be. The bigger problem were some of the missed free throws down the stretch and some really bad shots. You can't take 2s here, Cougars. And the 3 is well off the mark. They're going to go inside. Well, they'll pick up the offensive rebound and they'll get fouled on the way up. That is at least, off the top of my head, that's 4 missed free throws. That makes it 57-55. As we let this one wind down. 28.4. A couple people are going to have a Final Four team eliminated in the first 35 minutes of this video. Which was going to be the case either way, but it's a brutal start. There's the dive I was referring to. We're going to see a lot of players slide out of bounds. Either out of bounds or backcourt. Draw a foul. Oh my goodness. The free throw line was the Cougars' biggest problem. And that will do it. The Washington Huskies make it so that the Washington State Cougars are now 0-6 in tournament play. Let's get this result recorded. Washington 59, Washington State 52. Verified that the winner is Washington. We will submit the score. We are underway here as the Huskies get the victory. It was a good game by the Cougars. They fell apart a little bit there towards the end. The free throws were pretty, honestly, pretty damning. Just a rough one. A rough one. The Cougars give you hope, and then they just say, like, no, thank you. We're not really interested in that. Okay, so let's get this next one set up, and then I'm going to fix a thing, but I'm going to pause this video real quick, just in case there's a catastrophic problem. So let's do this. So we're going to go LSU. And they are playing the Duke Blue Devils. And then I will pause this, and we'll be back in just a moment with more basketball action. All right, and we are back. Should be, I think it's sung up a little bit better. The monitor that I have and the OBS that I used to record should be like closer in sync, but they looked like they were a little off, so I went in to fix that. All right. Let's do game number 2 here. Duke taking on LSU. For those of you who picked Washington, by the way, the Huskies have never, I don't think they've ever made it out of round number 2. We have a top 25 matchup, All-American 10 minutes press box. I don't believe they've ever made it out of round 2. They always beat the Cougars, and then they falter almost immediately. They might have made it to round 3 once, but I haven't looked for. I did not look up the rest of that that information. So, yeah, that is pretty bad already. And that is going to take out a couple of people. Somebody else missed a pick. Oh, my man. There's a 3 up and good. I think somebody else might have missed a pick. I was so focused on... Interesting. Shot is up, shot is good. Oh, I can look now. We have the camera shake on here. Duke. I'm not sure that we've been to Duke before. Please stop overloading the encoding. You should be able to, like, run 2 things. Not asking for much. Where's the pad? This pad is the pad. Did I pick a one? Where's the pad? Does everyone have... I don't see the issue. Alright, well, that's a problem for another day. Alright, hold on. We're going to go back to the bracket. Hopefully this website loads so many ads. Okay, here we go. 1 minute and change gone here. Nearly 2 minutes gone. Duke, I don't think we've ever been here because I think I've only seen one. God, if we were in Duke in one of the very early tournaments, so there's no way I'm going to remember. Duke is one of the few, maybe 2, that we've been able to visit everyone who has the shot clock, they don't have a base on their basket. And the shot clock, instead of being in the center, is actually off to the side. That's interesting as they turn the ball over with a 4-point lead. Or, well, they don't turn the ball over. Shot is up, it's blocked. Cameron Indoor Stadium. Duke in the news recently in regards to court storming. Had a couple of court storming incidents lately involving injuries to the opposing players. As the Tigers throw the ball away there. I'm out on court storming, I'll be honest with you. Rushing the field, court storming, I'm out on it. It was cool originally, but now everyone does it for, like, we won a game once. It's funny if it's one person. There was one team that won a game who was like 0 for, they were like 0 and 30 or whatever it was, and one person ran out on the floor. That I'm okay with. Tipped it into the hands. Fortuitous bounce there for the LSU Tigers, who I want to call the Clemson Tigers. But if we get injuries, we've been lucky that the 2 players that have been injured has not been a significant injury, but if there is a significant injury, that's a problem, because they should have been able to fix this. Ooh, a backcourt violation. They should have been able to fix this sooner, and they just don't. And look, I get it's hard to control that number of fans, even when we went and saw the Cougars play the Wisconsin Badgers. There's like a PA announcer like pleading, like, please let them get off the field. But it's just too many people. It's too many people. The Duke Blue Devils slam it home and lead by 10 in game number 2. So I guess it's not the worst thing in the world, but I was looking at a potential bracket issue. LSU, going to need a big run here. At least we got a good game to start us off. Number 30 slides inside and slams it home. And the Tigers cut the lead down to 8. Bounce pass into the centers. Gonna get caught in that. Okay, he threw it out, but it was a bad pass. If he had just held on to it, the computer would have just shot the ball. Instead, he threw an interception, and they tried to polish it off with a nice pass inside, but they can't do it because they're bad at basketball, apparently. That was a huge opportunity for the LSU Tigers. The Duke Blue Devils take it and flip it around. Washington will travel to the winner of this game. And Duke could be a big contender. 17-6 leaders here. As the Tigers with a nice basket there. 17-8. Obviously, you don't want any bad games in the tournament. There's bound to be some. Oh, nice. Oh, everything about that was nice right up until he dove for the ball for no reason. But it still results in a turnover as the Tigers work their way up the floor. It's blocked beautifully by the Duke Blue Devils, who ignored Edna Mode's rules, regulations, suggestions, and wore a kick into the corner. A little slow on that pass. And that pass, or that decision's made just a little bit quicker. They're able to get probably get a cleaner look at a 3. Instead, they end up going inside. Story so far in this one, though it hasn't been long, has been LSU's inability to take a couple of turnovers and pay them off. Duke has done a good job at taking turnovers and paying them off. I want to say Duke was a home team in like one of the very first tournaments, which are all available right now on YouTube. If you want to watch the old stuff, there are 2 playlists right now on the front page. Don't dance around, doofus. On the front page, one is Mascot Madness Tournaments. Nice block by Duke, and the other is the best of Mascot Madness, if you'd like to just kind of watch some individual games that are good. I think most of the games are good, and one of them is just a really good commentary by me. It's just a story that takes 30 minutes to tell because I'm wordsy. Okay, LSU trying to cut into this just a little bit. LSU's feet are a little bit better of an example of what I was talking about earlier in regards to where the feet are placed in the game, where it registers versus what it looks like on the floor. One-on-one inside. Hook shot up, but no good. Pretty good look at it. Defender went up with the left hand, which should have gone up with the right hand. And this first half is going by quickly. LSU with a bonehead turnover. The backcourt violation kind of sucks as well. So where did that man come from? Where did that devil used devil magic to appear in front of that shot and block it? It did not look like there was going to be anyone to get in the way, and then he said, I'm here. Duke going a little cold from the field. LSU getting a little lucky with an errant pass there. Able to take some possessions away from Duke. You have to pay it off, though. They're kind of bailing themselves out of giving up so many offensive rebounds to the Blue Devils. The pass is inside. The center is really slow on the turn. By the time the shot gets up, there's 2 Blue Devils there, able to knock it away. We have a touchdown game. Under 2. That's a 3. Though it looked like he was way in front of the line. I'm just a commentator, okay? Just a commentator. Job by the Tigers to fight inside and draw the contact and get the bucket. I don't know why, but the replays are super weird. I'm glad that there's a lot of them, but it doesn't show the interesting part. Dribbling, not interesting. Nice turnover by the Tigers. It's a 2-on-1. That is a nice layup. Good move there. The Blue Devil just stood there and said, "Help! Someone else? Can I have a friend?" And just like that, LSU's cut this lead down to 3. And 1 is big, and the turnover is even bigger, but the defensive letdown. Oh, awful. Blue Devils going to shift into some full court. I think it's just a full court press. Or maybe that's a full court pressure, and then the other one's a full court trap. I hope Louisville gets eliminated immediately. How was that ball blocked? It looked like it was about to go in the basket, and he just threw it out. Shot clock is turned off. Duke leads by 7. You see a reach-in foul there from the shooting guard, number 5. First personal, third team foul. There's a little run around, it's blocked, dove out of bounds. Anybody else excited for NCAA football 25? Oh wow. The LSU has gotten a couple of lucky bounces. It's like it's a blocked shot or just a good defensive play, but all of the Blue Devils had too much momentum going forward. Oh my god. There was no reason for him to take that shot. It looked like the Tiger heaved it. It looked like the Tiger went to throw the ball back in. Duke, you forgot some points. Hey, Duke. Nice find inside to the center. He'll fight through some contact, gets the offensive rebound and puts it back in. LSU making a nice run. And it continues here at the start of the second half. Getting some points. But LSU has gotten some nice bounces. You go back to one of the previous possessions at the end of the first half. There's just too many. There's over pursuit by the Blue Devils. I don't know who missed this shot right there. So the ball is just open and available. We saw one go off a hand of the Blue Devil into the Tigers. Oh, this is mine now, I guess. So the Tigers have gotten some luck to bounce their way. And that's just a terrific offensive set right there. Good timing. Pass is accurate. Right where it needs to be. The lead all the way down to 1. So it's as many as, 11 early? I should actually either write it down in my phone or... They're going to call it a goaltend. Okay. LSU has the lead. That is how the Tigers got the lead, and they almost got the loose ball, but the Blue Devils maintain possession. Working with a full court press here. I'll just stick with full court defense. Duke hasn't been, and LSU wasn't really like this either, where they weren't super aggressive with trying to get out of it. Just kind of work your way up there. Keep the time in mind, but don't make any, oh boy, right on cue, huh? Don't make any idiot passes. Oh, stolen away by the Blue Devils. LSU with 2 turnovers already in this half with just under 2 minutes gone. They find a wide open Blue Devil who leaves it short, as they cannot retake the lead. LSU brings the ball back up the floor. Over to small forward number 42. Inside to the point guard, and the point guard's going to get it blocked. They'll say it's out of bounds, but they're going to say Duke ball. He must have touched it on his way down. LSU kind of trying the full court defense, but they don't really seem interested in it. Shot is up and in as Duke retakes the lead, 28-27. Oh, it's deflected by the Duke Blue Devils in the center. He's off to the races. They're going to... kind of a weird path that the AI took. And the Cameron crazies come to life. Light shaking of the camera as they jump up and down. Throw inside to number 30. He kind of dropped step. He lost the ball. Duke and LSU both have 6 steals. That's the 3rd or 4th turnover by the LSU Tigers here in this half. Duke has played a much cleaner game. They bury that shot to make it a 5-point lead. LSU did a good job to fight all the way back. You can't afford to fall apart now. As number 2 looks for the small forward. That was a dangerous pass. Very dangerous pass, but a nice move and a good-looking shot there through some contact. Cuts the lead down to 1 possession. Tigers need probably 2 good stops, or 1 good stop and a nice-looking 3. It's a really nice job by the Blue Devils to set up the screen there. They created a lane for their shooter to get through, and they reward him almost the 4-point play. They reward him with a nice shot and the contact, so they went to the line. Free throw woes could that be an issue for the Blue Devils as we work through this game. Oh, the turnover thrown by the LSU Tigers. Don't know what that vocal was. Oh, no. Look out. I can't do that. No, I can't. There's too much. I have too much talking to do today. Stop it. Sean, stop being so hilarious. Oh, God. So many horrifying in the body, like, where's the voice? 36-29, 7-point lead for the Duke Blue Devils. I don't even know. It took them 4 tries. They didn't even get a basket. They're going to the line to shoot 2, and they missed the first free throw. The LSU Tigers are falling apart. They miss both free throws. They get the offensive rebound, and that finally drops. They come away with 2 points in maybe the most inconvenient way you could imagine. 3 shots at the basket that led to a foul. Both free throw shots missed, and then they finally put it in. Oh, nice block by the LSU defense. Tigers not trained in playing basketball, so kudos to them for trying. Bounce pass inside. It was a good offensive set, but the receiver of the pass was too far under the basket. Nice job by the LSU Tigers. They're forcing some turnovers, which Duke has been really good at avoiding here in this second half. And they're keeping this close, so they need to put some free throws down. First free throw up and good. Second free throw buried as well. 36-33. Number 42 comes in for another play. LSU again. Oh, that's a nice job. I was going to say they're kind of trying the full court thing, but it didn't seem to be working. Couldn't even finish that sentence. Got to get that ball up quicker. That you have to make. That has to be crisper. That has to be a split second, a quick decision to a quick shot. Instead, you're getting a really bad off the back foot. Ugh. Heaver. Another nice block from Duke. They've been very good at blocking shots all over the floor today. They're free for the three, but it's a little too strong. The putback is too strong. The putback is not strong enough. The putback is not strong enough. The LSU Tigers missed 6 shots at the... The LSU Tigers missed 4 shots at the basket, and Duke said, hold my drink. Let's miss like 7. What was that? The putback blocked. This game has turned into a slop fest with under 4 minutes to go. The center screaming into the paint. He's going to be fouled. No basket. They chant to the crowd, y'all want to see some misses? And the crowd's like, yeah! We're tired of watching good basketball! The lead is out to 5. The Blue Devils working with that full court defense. They seem to be a little bit better at it. The reach in kind of negates everything. First personal third team foul. 22 working with the ball. They'll bounce pass it into number 1. Oh, they had a wide open man in the corner, but elected to pass him up. And a one-on-one. Shadow on the court is very weird, and I keep thinking it's like a coach's signature for some reason. It's a bad pass across the court. I think you could argue maybe a little too much ball movement. Like, you want to see good, crisp passing and try to get the defense out of position, but the LSU Tigers weren't really moving. The ball carrier wasn't really moving. It didn't seem like they were moving off the ball, so the defenders were kind of just in the way. Stuck a hand out, got the ball, turned it into points on the other end. The Tigers with a nice basket right there. The lead is 5, 40-35. Lower scoring game here. Points might balloon a little bit in the final couple minutes. Obviously, it's not over. 59-52. There's still time. It does feel like it's been a bit of a lower scoring game. The accuracy doesn't seem like it's been there. There's been a lot of turnovers and blocks. Tigers inside. Flip it up and good. Lead back to 5. 2.5 to go. Oh, stolen away. Turnovers, 11 for LSU, 9 for the Blue Devils. Nice job to fly to the basket. Switched hands off the glass and in. Nothing fancy, doesn't need to be. Just get the points. Tigers back in that 3-point, back to that 3-point deficit. No, they give it wide open. It's gonna. People are gonna say like, "Oh, the defender was there." Like he wasn't. He was not in position. That was an open shot, and it was just a Tiger kind of near him. Very brave of the Blue Devil to shoot with a Tiger near him like that. Big, scary Tiger. I'm a Tiger. Into the corner. Can't get it. Rebound is gathered by the offense. It's blocked. LSU several attempts or several looks at the basket, but just can't come up with it. It's slammed home. This Tigers team is not good. I hope no one picked LSU to go far. I can look at it on my phone so it doesn't break my computer. Another block for the Blue Devils. 46-39 as we approach that 1-minute mark. That's where we're going to start seeing some intentional fouls. Though if the Tigers can't get much closer, that should spell doom for them. And we will see some intentional fouling here as I go to Shalom.com. So we're looking for LSU or Duke to see if anybody's Final Four are in jeopardy. Oh, we do have a Final Four. We have a Final Four contender. The Duke Blue Devils playing here. They're in good shape, though. I think... So you'd have to have one... Obviously, you'd have one from each... one from each region. I just figure out... I gotta remember what mine is. Yeah. 49-41. Oh, okay. Let's see where mine is. So we've seen 5 of the 6 bracket, the 5 of the 6 predictions have had their Final Four team involved already. Mine is the last one to go, and that'll be the Michigan State-Connecticut game later on tonight, or today. Tonight as I'm recording this because it's dark. Who knows what time you're watching this video. Thank you for watching this video. See another timeout here from the LSU Tigers. Number 22 brings it up the floor. It's a 10-point game. The Tigers just taking entirely too many attempts to get a basket in. And then when they get to the free throw line, they're still not really converting that, or those. Tigers did not look good. And one person whose Final Four participant was Duke is alive and well. They will play Washington. So the first game of part number 5 will be huge. A couple of Washington picks, one Duke Blue Devil pick. So tune in for that, or tune in to that 2 weeks from now. That was the most interesting thing that I realized when I started doing this tournament was, oh, the first round is half of the videos. And it's like, it's just 4 videos, 2 videos, 1 video, and then a bunch of rounds. Elite 8, Final 4, third place game, and championship, all in that final video. So, no, don't quit. Hold on. Hold the phone there, Sean. Hold the phone. We are going to report the score. The LSU Tigers fall 51-41. The winner is Duke, verifying that. Double checking. It's oddly stressful. There's like nothing really at stake here. Just bragging rights. And I'm like, oh, what if I mess up? So Duke advances. They'll play Washington in the first game of part number 5. We are going to move on to watch Dayton take on Memphis. This is a good matchup. A good looking matchup. It's a Tiger who did not look good in the first 4 hype stream. Taking on Dayton, who is the stupidest mascot. Maybe the stupidest mascot in the game. Who are we looking at? Memphis? I got so distracted with the stupidness of the mascot that I forgot what we were doing. I'm going to pause one more time because I think the problem is when it overloads, it looks weird. So give me just a second. We'll be right back with more action, and then I will stop tinkering with this, and I'll just use my phone for updates and stuff. Okay. We are back here, and we are going to be watching game number 3, Memphis and Dayton. Get this started. Okay, good. It does, thankfully, it saves all the settings, because as I was starting that other game, I was like, oh, shoot. Did it? It's that really annoying thing where it was like 2 minutes into the game, and I'm like, are we playing on the hardest difficulty? I'll need to remember to check. And it's like, there's 25 minutes between when that thought happens and when I need to execute that thought. And I did. I was able to execute that thought. So we are live from Memphis, Tennessee. The power of the PlayStation 2. Loading us up here. Loading us into this game. Boy, it was like 30% to 100, huh? Oh, man. If I had flipped like the LSU Duke game with like Georgia Ball State, we could have a bunch of caped people running around on the floor. But if they both win, which if the game ended right now, 10 seconds in, Dayton would have a date with a Georgia Ball State winner. Okay, that's never happened before. I do think that the game is programmed at certain points to hey, make sure to push the ball up the floor. We don't see a lot of backcourt violations. We see a lot of turnovers from bad passing, but we don't see a lot of it's not a backcourt violation. It would be it's the 10-second whatever to get to midcourt. So 8 or 9 seconds, it must go okay, pass the ball. Then when you have the little glitch down there at 3 seconds, shoot the ball. Something like that. So somehow that was a 2. It was a deep 2. Oh, nice turnover by the Memphis Tigers. The Tigers jamming it home. And Memphis out to a 6-4 lead here. Just like my height. 6'4". Unbelievable. Thank you for honoring me, your host, by reminding me to remind everyone that I'm very tall. Very, very tall. I hope there are people who watch this who don't personally know me. They meet me in person and they go, wow, 6'4", huh? But yeah. It is my favorite when people get in on the joke and they're like, what am I, 7'2"? And I'm like, yeah, sure. Who cares? Absolutely. You're 7'2". You have a delightful personality. I mean, if we're lying, go big, go home, you know? Huge 3 from Memphis right there. That's the kind of ball movement you're looking for, and I don't think that's what LSU was doing a good job of in the last game. Finding the open man. Some of the crisper passing, that was a good catch and shoot. Catch it in rhythm, pop it up, go. Oh, and the Dayton Flyers, again, it's a bad pass. That was more reminiscent of what LSU was doing in the previous game, where they're throwing the ball just way too late. They threw it back across the middle, and there was just too much traffic in the way. It was a good idea. Dayton's been running that play pretty effectively. They've had open guys in the paint, ready for easy 2s, but the ball handlers aren't seeing them as soon as they probably should. Everybody in a conga line, apparently. What is happening down there? Nice shot up and over the defender. That'll cut the lead to 3. Early in this one, both teams kind of looking pretty good offensively. There's a nice easy 2 for the Memphis Tigers, and we'll get a replay. And Big Tony going to the basket. Cool. He just stepped out of bounds. Fantastic. Fantastic. Dayton, I swear, I hope I didn't pick you. I don't think I picked them to go far, but I do like this. Was a hard one. Maybe I picked Memphis. This was one of the harder ones. I like both of these mascots. If both of these mascots were playing most of the other teams, I would pick them. But they're playing each other because that is what the randomizer gave us. Good job by Dayton to negate the turnover. Get up the floor, cut the lead down to 2. Memphis. Ooh, a little bounce pass inside. Kind of a slow turnaround. Dayton had an opportunity to get into position, but just couldn't. Memphis pushes this lead out to 4. A little full court defense here. Good job by number 11 to come to the ball. Don't let your guy throw some wild pass. Try to meet him where he is. And we get a foul on the shot. Kind of a weird foul there. Hard to tell exactly which Tiger that was. More free throw woes for these teams. Not exactly sure which Memphis Tiger, though, that was, because if it was the guy in front of him, it seemed weird. If it was the guy that came from the side, why are you putting pressure on him that's going to create a foul opportunity? Just let him take the mid-range shot. There's a nice pass inside, fighting through some contact. And he's up and in off the backboard. 4 minutes gone in half number one. We've had a good one. Up and down the floor. Both teams playing well inside. Oh, that's a nice find outside. I don't know why number 35 took a couple steps back. He has that 3-point special sticker label ability. I don't even know what you would call it. I don't even know where the case for this video game is. I was lucky to find it in a pile. A pile of discs. Nice move by number 5, but he tries to put the ball up in triple coverage. Final seconds of the shot clock. Winding down, it's up, and it is good. Memphis pushes the lead out to 4. Hey, EA, you're bringing back college football. Bring back NCAA basketball. Or 2K, make one. Bring back college hoops. Think of all the microtransactions. Just put Mascot mode in it. I'll buy it every year. Oh, well short on that putback attempt by the Tigers. And Dayton's going to get the rebound. Do March Mascot Madness when that game comes out. You know how many college basketball games I have bought for this video? And I'm not even talking about the games that I've used. I have bought so many of them because I'm like, what if they have them? The only one that was like kind of close was a College Hoops 2K game that you had to play to unlock the mascots. But the camera angles were awful. I think that was in like a Mystery Bag Monday video. Memphis misses that shot as we've kind of slowed down with the scoring here. Trying to pass the ball inside, but got blocked. That one gets knocked out of bounds. Dayton retains possession. Or maintains? Would it be maintains possession? It would be maintains possession. Nice bounce pass inside. Oh, kick it into the corner. He's not there anymore. It's just a lot of traffic. The shot is up. It's no good. They get the rebound. That one's up, and that one's good. And Dayton finally gets some points on the board. Or finally gets a shot to go on that long possession. 19-15. Kicks into the corner, blocked, out of bounds. It's going to say Memphis ball, which I guess is fine because it would have been blocked. Sometimes you see the computer chase it and they prevent the turnover that they caused or whatever. Screen, off-ball screen. That's a good look, but just a little too much on it. Needed probably half a step further back on that shot. Dayton, green light for 3, but they can't get it to go. The Flyers try to get the rebound, but number 35 comes away with it. Driving inside, putting up the shot between 3 defenders. And he's going to draw the foul, and the bucket's going to go. So, 3-point opportunity here. 21-15, under 3 minutes to go. The good news is no duplicate champion picks. That's good. We have a couple of Baylors in the Final Four. We have maybe the most, I'd have to look at all the other bracket entries, but East Tennessee State might be the most oddball champion pick that I've seen. Even with all the mascots that are goofy or weird or lovable, people typically pick bigger schools. Just kind of usually how it works. Nice passes inside, but they're going to foul them. We'll have baseball up later tonight. Mariners spring training rolling along. I don't think it's a foul. They got the foul on the... How was that shot not... Oh, wow. Oh, I think I remember. If the shot's no good, it stops in play real quick. Like, as soon as the ball, as soon as the game registers that the shot's not going to make it, it goes, that's it, we're done. 25-17 here, Memphis leading. Dayton seems a little overmatched. They got to get back to what they were good at, and that was what that play was. That was what they were good at. Unfortunately, they can't put it away. What a nice turnover there by the center, who I don't think really did anything special. He kind of was just there. The ball found him. Passes inside. Absolutely smothered. It's like, man, okay, Dayton, here's what you got. And the Tiger just said, no. No. No more. 14. 2 quick passes. Number 1. Tough shot. Left it short. Memphis up 10. Just remember when we had good games. But please don't skip, because I need the watch time. Very curious to see how this video does. I hope it does well. I hope people enjoy it. It is one of the longer videos that I do nowadays, so I understand. Memphis getting lots of good looks at the basket, but can't get anything to fall. That's a nice jam home, and they're going to get the contact. Good opportunity for a three-point play. With 37.3, they can cut this down to a 7-point game. And they do. That's a nice find inside. Great positioning, nice pass, and a good finish. That equals 2 points. Dayton can hold for the final possession of the first half. They choose not to. They throw it off the backboard. Okay, out of bounds. Memphis ball. That can be real tricky to see what is actually going on there. Could be a foul. Could be out of bounds. Could be a goaltend, I guess, perhaps. They'll shoot it from midcourt. Nope, nowhere even near. And that shot was so bad it landed out of bounds. Oh, they made it. I heard the swish in my headphones, but it didn't count. And we have a 9-point game. Memphis looking good in this one. They've done a good job keeping the Dayton Flyers at a 3 to 4 possession distance. And that's one of the things that we see pretty frequently in this game. It's a team who can cut it. Dayton here is a good example. They can cut it down to 7, maybe 6, but it usually fluctuates between a certain point, a 6 to 9 point differential. They can maybe get it all the way down to 3, but then they can't quite polish off the comeback. They fall back down. We see that a lot. But we'll see if Dayton can maybe change the script a little bit. That's just really nice defense by the Memphis Tigers. They unfortunately were not able to come up with the loose ball. The double block there threw off their positioning. So it was easy for Dayton to come up with that loose ball. But a nice job still by Dayton. Oh, a good turnover, and there's what I was talking about. They get the steal. In that one, instead of chasing a ball that was going out of bounds that they should have chased it, it's that friction that you're talking about. It's a dangerous dive that deep that close to the baseline anyway. But we'll see a lot of them slide. And it just gives the ball right back. Good job defensively by Dayton. They're down by 9. See if they can maybe cut this down a little bit. Nice screen. Oh, it's off the hands of the Memphis Tiger, and the Memphis Tiger picks it up, and he is in for 2. Slams it home. That is the worst case scenario for the Dayton Flyers. And Memphis throwing a little salt on things with the full court defense. Nice pass over to number 3, but better defended by the Memphis Tigers. Center finds a guard, but can't put down the shot. Number 5 trying to find some room. Looking for number 11. Number 11 kicks to number 35. 35 waving some people off. Sweet little bounce pass. Drives and gets the ball over the defender's arms. And it is a 13-point game, 7:20 to go. Dayton so far the worst looking team. Oddly enough, just a fun fact, Washington State they lost the game and they have scored the second most points so far in the tournament. So if you had put Washington State against LSU or Duke, perhaps they would have been able to pull out a victory. Unfortunately, they played the highest scoring team of the day, and there's another good example of what I was talking about. Slid out of bounds, and it's Memphis ball. It wastes a terrific defensive effort. That's the hardest thing about it as a commentator. We're like, oh man, they can try and make a comeback, but nope, they slid out of bounds. Someone spilled their butter for their popcorn, and legend has it that Dayton Flyers still sliding to this day. Memphis. Interesting. They weren't able to put it away at the line there. So the lead stays 11, but the shots left just a little bit to the right there. It was a good look and a good offensive execution. They even get a little bit of a bonus here with the bad backcourt violation. The shot is a little wonky, but at least heavily contested. It's up and good, though. 35-26. Dayton's not out of it. They have plenty of time to work with, and Memphis hasn't been the hottest team here in the second half. String together a couple of defensive possessions. There's a nice looking 3. Swished it home. Do we have a game? Dayton was also down big, much like LSU. LSU ran out of gas toward the end of the game. But kind of unlike the Cougars and the Huskies, you could make an argument for back in the first game, Dayton's doing a much better job taking advantage of the cold shooting from Memphis. You're going to give up some shots like that every once in a while, but if you're coming up with an empty possession on the defensive end and putting down 3 on the other side, that's very helpful. Of course, you're getting stupid. That's like the 3rd bonehead backcourt violation we've seen in this game. What is happening? Nice feed inside, a little too strong, but the offensive rebound is gathered up. And that's what I was talking about. It fluctuates between 9 to 11 points or whatever, 8 to 10 points. They were able to push it down to 7, 6, and then 2 really bad defensive possessions in a row undoes all of that hard work. And you're right back to where you started. Offensive foul. This might spell the end for the Dayton Flyers. We get a defensive foul. My goodness. 3. What is it? 3 terrible possessions in a row? I mean, 2. At least 2 egregiously bad offensive possessions. And there's a bad defensive try to rebound. They're going to send them back to the line. So Memphis is looking at a 3-point play. Oh, just kidding. They scored 5 on that? 4? What? Okay, so that's now officially the hardest 4-point play that you can possibly imagine. You make one of 2 free throws. You get the offensive rebound on the missed free throw on the second free throw. You get fouled. You make one of 2 free throws, missing the second free throw on the tries, and still get 2 points. Memphis is really taking control of this game now, and I really hope I picked the Tigers. Did I pick the Tigers? I like that it blurs out my own email address. Ooh, I picked Dayton. Oh, I picked Dayton. Oh, I picked Dayton. Oh, God, that's not good. Oh, that's not good at all. Oof. I picked Dayton, so it'd be 1, 2, 3. I picked Dayton to go to the Elite Eight like an idiot, like an absolute idiot. I thought that I picked Memphis. I thought that I was maybe not a dummy. I should know better. I should know so much better. Gosh darn it. 45-37. Never lose hope, folks. We got a good one here in Memphis. The Tigers drive it inside. Come on. With a nice stop. Don't foul him. 5th team foul, by the way. Tigers make the first. They can push this lead back out to 10. And they do. 46-36. Excuse me, 47-37. It's a nice find inside. They made the contact and the foul, so 3-point play possible. Again, showing the least interesting part of that play. Not the contact, not the foul, not the made basket. They come up short on the shot. Oh, but they get the rebound. The hook shot is no good, but they get the rebound again. The shot is up and it's good. So a really, really tricky 4-point play there. A lot needed to go right for Dayton, and they were able to do it. 6-point game as we near the 3-minute mark. Memphis. That's that quick pass inside. You see the Dayton Fire. They just totally lost. I have my hands up. I'm a defender. The ball gets poked away. It's out of bounds, so Dayton will have possession where the ball left the floor. "20 seconds on the shot clock. No kick to the corner. The Tigers are going to strip the ball away again. Dayton just not interested in playing basketball. They poke the ball away again. Quick passes inside, blocked. And the loose ball goes out of bounds. Stays with Dayton. Never lose hope, folks. Okay, I've lost hope. God, I thought I picked Memphis. Idiot. Blocked. There's still a chance. I mean, it's an 8-point game. Dayton obviously has to get something going offensively. Oh my goodness. They also need some foul calls. I know that I just said that like I picked Dayton to go like way too deep in this tournament, but it seems like those are the kind of plays in this game that end up going to the line. And it just, I don't know, Memphis is not getting the whistles on them this time around. There's still 137. Dayton's doing a good job on defense to keep them at least in this game. They're not getting blown out here. The offense is just lacking severely, though we did just see a make. 49-43, 6-point game. Oh, it's tipped away, but the Dayton Flyers just don't have the momentum to work it up the floor. Slow down. Sort yourselves out. What did I say? I said slow down. I think, unfortunately, we're going to see them start to foul right at the 1 minute mark. Just kidding. They steal it away. Turnovers. Memphis 9 in the second half. They were really clean in that first half. Dayton's been a little loosey-goosey with the ball all game long. I have an errant pass there, but finds the bottom of the net. 4-point game. I like that they're at least trying to force a turnover here in the backcourt. I don't know how proficient Dayton has been. Oh, they stole the ball away. You're like, why aren't they going for the foul? They got to push the pace a little quicker here. Up the floor to the center. Mid-range, off the iron, no good. And we will see some fouls. That was probably their last best shot. Though Memphis hasn't been super strong from the free throw line, can they make them when it counts? They can. 51-45. They'll take a timeout. Really big key free throw, or key turnovers for Dayton that keeps them in it. I wouldn't say that they're totally out of it, but they do need to push the pace here. That's a deep two that gets blocked. It'll stay on this end. 10.6. Dayton's got to go. You can't have the center with the ball. You got to find anyone else. Time is running low. Well, they got 2 points on the board, so they feel better about themselves. But 51-47 is your final. And your good host, Seannosaurus Rex, really regretting the Dayton pick right now. Memphis is the winner, verifying that. 51-47 again, your final here. Pretty good game. Washington State still with the second most points scored in this tournament. And they lost. All right, back to game modes. We're going Mascot game. We're getting set for game number 4 here. Georgia and Ball State. The Georgia. One of 3 teams that start with George. Georg. Georgetown, Georgia, Georgia. Oh my God, I am so sorry. I didn't even need to do that because I need to check this other thing. I also really hope that didn't goof with the audio. That is a huge concern now. And there's no way to fix it. Okay, we're just going to have to hope that it was good. You be more careful with the controller, Sean. All right, Georgia's taking on Ball State. Ball State Cardinals taking on the Georgia Bulldogs. This microphone has been much better with that sort of thing, but of course it would be like the Premier Series. Johnny Wooden Arena. The PDA. Have I tried PDA? No, I haven't tried PDA. What's PDA? Georgia in Ball State here for game number 4. After game number 4, we will get you caught up on the standings. And where everyone stands. Both how many points they have and how many points are remaining. I took a big hit on mine. Ball State wins the tip and we are underway. That looked like a 2 to me, but whatever. It is a 3, and the Cardinals off to a good start. I think every team so far that won the tip-off has scored points. I think they're 4 for 4 on that. Again, if you have the bracket that's untitled, let me know in the comments below, or if you don't want people to know who you are, you can DM me. Shot goes off the backboard. and out of bounds. I will say, the person who has the entitled bracket, looking good so far. See if that figured itself out. Picks potential. Okay, there must not have been a... Oh, I must have misunderstood what it meant by picks potential left. Probably should have worried about that. I think I panicked myself for no reason. Because there was somebody who had a bracket that was not completely filled out. I was able to get that figured out and, like, go like, hey, like, just, I need you to look at this for me, please, so you can get the maximum amount of points. Because it's basically, it's like 192, 194 points, whatever it is total. Oh, if you're not familiar, by the way, with the format of the bracket, each game in the first round is worth 1, and then it doubles, so it's 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. Something like that. So, big points if you can predict a champion. I don't know that we've had anybody predict a champion. It's really difficult to do because this game can be a bit of a crapshoot. But that's what's fun about it. 7-2, Ball State off to a good lead here. Or good start, I should say. Only a minute gone here in half number 1. Took a nice step toward the basket. I like it. As much as I like the catch and shoot, I like being able to get a clear look at it, take a step closer, then pop it there. Number 30 throws it inside off the hands of the Georgia Bulldogs. They'll stay with Ball State. Bounce pass inside in between. There were 4 Bulldogs in the area and just said, that's fine. Sliced through it with no problem whatsoever. Number 14 trying to drive inside. Georgia down by a touchdown early. Fall away, gets blocked. Recovered by Georgia. Get it back inside. They've missed 4 consecutive shots. They are 0% from the field. Yikes. Neither team looking all that great here early. Flies to the basket, whistled, and a foul. Second personal foul for the center already. They probably will be subbed out after this. 4 team fouls called already against Georgia. And we are barely 3 minutes gone. You'll see the center removed for number 44. Ball State with a little bit of backcourt pressure. At least making them think about it. Hey, I'm here. I'm in your pocket. Works around the outside. Nice job there. Found a shot that worked for him. I don't think he even bothered passing it to anybody else. They put the team on my back, and we are going to try and get back in this game. And we'll start with a nice 3 by me. First made field goal of the day by Georgia. It's a long one. The defense is leaky. Ball State able to get in close and put it down for 2. 8-point lead, 2 quick passes, and great defense by Ball State to block the shot. That play is so powerful in this game. 2 quick passes to the basket. There it is on the other side. And that one's I don't know if it's probably well defended in the idea that they contested the shot. Bounce pass outside. The guard's going to throw up a Kind of a prayer three. There's a man in his face, or a dog in his face. With the three on the other end, and that one's a little short as well. Georgia not doing a good job taking advantage of some of these Ball State misses. They don't have to be threes poked away, but loose ball recovered by the Bulldogs. You can win possessions or series 2-0. Another errant three as the crowd quiets. Got a wide open bird in the corner. They pass it up. Number 30 trying to drive around, finds himself in a double team. Georgia back up the floor. Score remains the same, 13-5. It was a nice little shot. Looked like he held on to it just a touch too long, and it's short off the iron. Inside and foul. So the center picks up his first foul. 5 team fouls already. 3 of them on the centers. So if you are the Ball State Cardinals, if this were like a real situation, you would want to just go inside. Great. That's exactly what we want to see here. And this high-intensity competition is a backcourt violation yet again. I don't remember the backcourt violations being quite so persistent or consistent in previous tournaments, but they're not looking great here. 44, beautiful bounce pass, back outside, back inside. Inside out, outside in, basketball right there, but Georgia's defense holds true. No points scored. Georgia finally able to get some points inside. They now have 1 3, 1 2, and 2 free throws. They've been as many shots from the floor as they have free throws. That one rattles around and gets the kind home roll, 18-7. It's going to be out of bounds. It's weird because the animations typically look the same if it's a foul or if it's out of bounds, but the notification doesn't pop in that top left corner until after it shows you the logo or the transition, whatever it is. I think if it's out of bounds, it shows the logo of the team who has the ball. If it's a foul, maybe it's the NCAA March Madness logo. I can't remember. But it's very weird. Maybe it shows the team's logo that was fouled. Georgia trying to chuck up a shot, but it's blocked. Pass is inside. And there's a whistle for a foul. First free throw is up and no good. This is a game where we would like to not see a lot of fouls. They're going to sub in again. I think that might have been another foul on the center. They usually sub them out when they get 2 fouls. And if that was indeed the second foul on that center, it's a dangerous lob pass there. Blocked, dive, but nothing. Oh, he picked it up. I don't know if it probably was in other tournaments, but they're like holding like L2 to like strafe. It looks very weird. Would have some like considerable foul trouble for Georgia. We might see a guy get fouled out, which would be incredible. Might be the most notable thing that happens in this game is Ball State is just taking it to the Georgia Bulldogs. 17 fouls. That means that if you get called for a reach and you're sending them to the line, 21-7. Normally Georgia on the other side of this, at least as far as the football team's concerned, up 2 touchdowns. Blocked. Ball State up the floor. Pressure inside, Ball State. There's no reason for you to keep this ball. There is another foul. Oh my goodness. 18 fouls, 3 on center number 54. We're gonna see someone foul out. Come on, baby. Give me something notable in this 20 what? This 17-point butt kicking. Georgia has scored 7 points in 8 minutes. And it's not like the pace of the game has been slow. You get multiple possessions a minute. You score 2 points every time. Even if you just made a basket every minute, you'd have 16 points. Oh my goodness. I don't remember what the record low is for points. It's bad. That's off the side of the back. Spun out of bounds. He spun out of bounds. Oh my goodness. No one has Georgia, right? No one can have Georgia for the Final Four because everybody either has Washington State, there was one Duke, and I am Michigan State. So thankfully no one put Georgia very far. But we can look because we have a minute. First one, no. 26-7, under a minute to go. We have, okay, two no. We have a couple of, like, Georgia is picked to win, but they don't go far. So that's what you want. Okay. My Dayton pick is not looking that bad. Oh my gosh. Actually, a lot of Georgia picks here. I think everybody picked Georgia to win this game. Ball State. I think everybody picked Georgia to win, but not get past this round anyway. Like, we have a basket right at the end, but it is maybe the most abysmal half of basketball that we have ever had on the channel. 11 points is generous, and they had 7 of those for 9 minutes. It is 28-11. We have to watch 10 more minutes of this crap. Oh, almost stolen away by Ball State. Nope, instead it's blocked. Three from Ball State. No good. Number 14. Works their way up the floor. Finds number 5 in the corner. Takes a step inside. Shot is a little long off the back iron. No good. Three for Ball State is long. Off the feathers. It rolls out of bounds, stays with Georgia. This would be the most incredible comeback we've ever seen. We're down by 21 points. Even if that's not accurate, it wasn't that far off. They're down 17 right now. 6 blocks for the center, but not able to control the loose ball, and we are finally looking at some Georgia scoring some points. 28-13. Georgia has scored more of their points when I have been looking at something else. Stolen away by the Bulldogs. Three is up, but no good. Again, Ball State, they have a comfortable 15-point lead. They've looked good. I feel like it's hard to say that this team's looked great when their opponent has looked like the wrong team walked onto the field. Like, this is like... Oh, fouled in the air. Second foul on the shooting guard, number 12. Okay, Georgia, thanks. Good job. You rewarded a good defensive or good offensive opportunity with a missed free throw. You at least made 1 for 2. It's like the Georgia offensive line for the football team walked onto the court, and they're like, I guess we'll just roll with it. Number 30 looking good and burying the 3. Pushing this lead back out to 17. 31-14. At least Memphis, or at least Dayton made it close. Georgia needs about 18 more of those. Now, I mean, Georgia, they still have some time. They really got to go, though. There's a nice pass inside, but it's blocked on the interior. Their center for Ball State is an absolute mad lad. Had 7 or 8 blocks already. They're going to force the ball inside. Nice block by Georgia. Good job defensively to force the Cardinals to come up empty-handed, but unfortunately the shot is a little short. Maybe a little quick on the trigger, but if you're going to go and push the pace, that's what you need to do. Just make sure you're shooting threes. But you can still make, you can still win possessions or still win sequences 2-0. Don't be afraid to try to feed the ball inside. Though I understand why you would be scared of feeding the ball inside. Georgia's missed 4 consecutive shots. They're shooting just 20% from the field. Ugh. They're going to go to the line yet again. It's really good effort by the Georgia Bulldogs. And, I mean, maybe the best news for them is their centers have stopped fouling every, 14 seconds. Problem is they're not making their free throws when they get the opportunity. Small forward number 00 goes 1 for 2 and cuts the lead to 16. But they're 50% from free throw, or from the stripe in this half. Doesn't make the biggest difference in the world, but it could add up. Cougars were really bad from the free throw line. They lost earlier today. So 3 for Ball State. 16, how about 19? Honestly, it might be worth to just get up and take the restroom break now and keep on rolling. It's a nice drive inside. Picking up the foul there. 3rd personal foul on number 40. 4th team foul of the half. So number 24 will come in for number 40, keep him out of foul trouble. Doubled up now, 34-17. It's a nice little look for Georgia. I mean, it's not the cleanest look in the world, but it at least didn't get blocked, I guess. Moral victory there. Spinning around, getting blocked, and number 00 comes up with the loose ball. Halfway through half number 2. This drive inside, better block by the Ball State defender. Unfortunately, the Georgia Bulldogs come away with the loose ball. Kind of stuck here, looking for the screen. They're trying to set another screen to get them to work the ball away, and then they just loses it. Turnover, the first turnover of the second half for Georgia, but they get the ball right back. Nice steal by the Georgia Bulldogs. Throw it forward to small guard number 5. He'll drive inside, past everybody, and lays it up. 34-19. Quick passes inside, the defender's out of position, and bam, dunk. Georgia is 6 for 26. Weirdly enough, Ball State not doing a whole lot better. And we have 10 made shots. Driving inside, can't find it again. Might qualify as another block for number 44. Ball State doing an excellent job gobbling up these loose balls. Even if Georgia's getting second chance opportunities, they're getting blocked, the defense is right there to make it tricky. Second foul on small forward number 42. And they will sub in number 15. So I don't think it really matters now. You're down 19 points. Good offensive set there, and it's 38-21. Bounce pass inside. Center number 44. He's had a busy day. They're going to call a defensive foul. It'll be the second team foul and third on number 44. Ball State misses. That one's a little to the left. And bricks both of them, but he gets his own rebound and jams it home. My goodness. Hey, how well is it going for Ball State tonight, huh? Nice job by Georgia to respond on the other end. Big three from Ball State to push the lead to 20. And Ball State is Georgia is making Dayton look like a masterclass in how to play basketball. This is so bad for them. Cardinals come up with another rebound. 2.5 to go. Now at the point where they are just burning clock, just for fun. Georgia with a nice defensive possession there. Comes up with the block, and they'll try to run the fast break, but Ball State does a great job getting back. Georgia does convert on the other end and make it an 18-point match. Ball State on the other end pushes it back out to 20. Quick passes inside, and the basket, or the shot just a little errant. Stolen away. Trying to push the pace, but Ball State has been really good about filling the lanes on those turnovers. Off the back iron, no good. Only 90 seconds left of this misery. We'll get this score put in as quickly as possible. And we'll see a timeout from the Georgia Bulldogs for some reason. You guys want a break? Anybody need a shot? Who wants to put money on the game, huh? Under a minute to go here, 47-25. Ball State is doing like everything they can to get great shots, but it doesn't matter because they're just trying to run the clock out. Final Seconds tick away on the shot clock. Of course, they get a rebound. They're going to get... Oh, it's going to be an out of bounds, actually. And I thought we were going to get an... I thought we were going to get a bit of a foul out today. But no such luck. Blocked. And this should do it. 47-25. 47 to 25. I don't know why you're fouling. I don't want to go home. Ball State is the winner. They win by 18 points, and it was maybe one of the worst games we've ever had on the channel. 47-25, confirming that the winner, verifying that the winner is indeed Ball State. We will submit the scores. And Washington State still manages to have the second most points scored in the tournament. It is just unbelievable. Unbelievable. We will exit the match here. As we will get set for game number 5, Georgia Tech taking on Miami. We'll go Mascot game. We will go. Oh, I didn't realize Georgia and Georgia Tech were immediately following each other. Great. And nowhere to go but up, huh? Miami. The Hurricanes. So Ducks versus Biggity Buck Bumble coming up next. But first, let me get you caught up on the standings here. I'll reload the page. And we have Untitled. Untitled is in first place with 3 points. Their bracket was perfect right up until the Georgia pick. I'm Going to Win is in second place with 2 points. We have a three-way tie for third with the Bitchin' Baylor Baddies. No Pulp OJ is number 1. And Ryan Sucks. All with 1 point each. And unfortunately, We Will Win eventually, maybe, has yet to notch a point on their bracket. But they have some good picks here. Georgia Tech, Michigan State, Penn State, Arizona State. And Michigan State is going to be my big game of the day because they are one of my final 4 teams. So we will continue in just a moment. It'll be just a second for you, but I'm going to take a quick break. And like I said at the beginning of the video, hey, we don't have to worry about like a big 15-minute block of like a picture. I get to pause the video, and that's what we'll do right now. We'll pause it, and we'll be right back in just a moment. All right, here we go. Hopefully you took that opportunity to fill up your drink, get a snack, do what you need to do. I know it was only a second, but, you know, do it. Do it. All right, let's jump into game number 5, Georgia Tech taking on Miami. I don't think any team could possibly be worse than the Georgia Bulldogs. And we have the number 6 team in the country on the road in Miami. See if we can get some more points on the board for folks out there with the bracket predictions. Next game up is Michigan State, Connecticut. That's the big one for me. I believe I said it was game number 7 earlier. It is actually game number 6. And here we go. Buck Bumble himself taking on Sebastian the Hurricane. Gonna rock you like a hurricane. And we're underway. Ooh, it's stolen. I think Miami might be the first team to win the tip and not come away with points on their first possession. Looking for some space. Steps up. It's blocked. Couple good defensive plays already. They switch off on the fast break. Number 34 does a good job to make sure that he slows up enough. He's probably not going to win that matchup against the center. Presumably that would be the center. It's stripped away and stolen. More good defense here. 45 seconds of good defense. You like points? Too bad. And the foul is going to give Georgia Tech the opportunity for the first points of the game. Just hitting. All right. Faked out. We got baited. Okay. All right. They put one on the board. That one was like sketchy enough to where you're like, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Nice pass on the inside. Sebastian looks for a little bit of room. Tries the little shoulder fake there. The ball gets tipped and poked and stolen again. The Hurricanes defense hasn't really let him down. The foul, not terrible. If we get another whistle on them. Second team foul. That time they're going to make the front end of the free throws. And they'll make both of them. So Georgia Tech up 3-0 strictly on free throws. Miami yeets the ball down the floor and Georgia Tech pokes it away. And it just looked like the Miami Duck just smacked him right in the face. Sebastian tired of this crap already. Tech, their shot contested at the basket. It's like I was trying to show it was just a reach in. You slap me in the face? Yeah, on a reach in. There's Miami getting the first field goal of the game by either team. Georgia Tech has 3 points from the free throw line, 0 points from anywhere else. Miami cuts the lead down to 1 in what's been a good defensive effort. Sometimes you talk about good defense versus bad offense. This has been good defense. Teams are doing a good job forcing, tough shots like that as Georgia Tech gets 2. They're forcing tough shots. Georgia Tech's doing a good job poking the ball away. The Hurricanes down low have been getting some blocks to go along with those contested shots. We have the game frozen up a little bit here. Great opportunity to run to your cupboard. You got 10 seconds. Grab those Doritos. Bring back some napkins. Awesome, we made it just in time. Good job. Proud of you. There's a nice block by the Georgia Tech defense. Like, Ball State played good defense. Georgia was also just awful. And I would say that Georgia Tech is playing good defense, and it's not that Miami looks that bad. Okay, that was a bad shot. That one's stolen away. The speedy runaway there. The basket up and good. The ball is thrown forward. And stolen away. That's a bad pass. Good defense there. You can't throw that kind of a lob with the defender right in the way. Georgia Tech starting to get into a little bit of a rhythm offensively, but they can't put that one down. And maybe it's just because Ball State got out to such a big lead that the Miami looks better simply because they're like in the game. Problem is they've had their last 3 shot attempts blocked. Well, part of the problem. There's a lot more going on than just that. Open, that one's stolen away. Weirdly, we saw them throw the ball or try to pass the ball to a different player rather than just go up with the basket. Usually that's what happens. They go up instead of to the outside. Good job by Miami. They're contesting these shots, forcing tough makes or tough baskets. Georgia Tech only has like 3 field goals from the floor. There's a corner 3 and they got it. 9-5. Part of the problem for Georgia was the fact that they kept fouling Ball State. And now we have Georgia Tech here, or Miami in this case, who's doing a nice job of not picking up the foul, but getting hands on the ball, turning that defense into offense and slicing this lead down to 2. Drives around the outside, and the offensive foul is going to be called against Georgia Tech. It's a big call right there. Miami down 2. Ooh, good job by Georgia Tech to collapse on that play. Looked like it was going to be an easy pass inside. And Miami was going to come away with the basket that created the tie. There's a nice defensive play on the other end. He goes out of bounds. Miami gets the ball right back. Defense really... Well, both defenses really look good. That Georgia Tech... Oh, there's a 3 wide open, but he's short. The offensive rebound is up, but he can't get the basket to drop. Instead, the center picks up the foul. Miami will go to the free throw line, and they will miss the first basket. No, first try. The second one is up and no good as well. So Miami 0 for 2 from the line. That would have tied the game. But instead, Georgia Tech's able to get a 3-point play here. Second foul on number 11. He could come out of the game. Georgia Tech buries the first one. This should be, it looked like it was a 3-pointer. And it was, because we're getting this angle instead. But they only make 1 of 2. We get to our typical camera, which is the press box camera. Wow. Okay. Miami made a horrible mistake giving them 3 tries from the line. Miami got bailed out because Georgia looks awful from the free throw line. They're 3 for 7, and that is the first really bad defensive play we've seen. Miami was aggressive to get the ball up the court. And it was not the fastest matchup in the world, but Miami had the advantage. Looked like the setter was going to take a 3. Good job by Georgia Tech. It's a nice pass and a good drive inside to give Georgia Tech a 3-point lead. See if these offenses can start clicking a little bit. It's a nice 3 from Miami, but it's a little too strong off that back iron. Georgia Tech back up the floor. They lead by 3 in between 3 defenders and drains it, pushing that lead back out to 5. Miami needs like 2 good offensive possessions and a good defensive stop, and throwing it off the side of the backboard is not the plan. That's not part of the plan. Georgia Tech drives inside, but it's blocked. And Sebastian comes away with it, and they work up the floor. In between 3 defenders, reverse. That's a really nice adjustment in the air. 3 defenders on the same side of the hoop, so just get it around and bam. Easy peasy. As a 6'4" man, I do it myself. In the quarter, number 2 has that speed icon. Dribbles and passes back to number 3. So a whole lot of nothing happened in that sequence. Some passing. Fades away from the defender to his left. Buries the tough jumper. And it's 16-11. There's the clean look that you're looking for. That's catch and shoot. Good vision to get the assist there, and that's what you're looking for. Both teams getting into a little bit more of an offensive rhythm. The defense is still playing well. Making some tough shots. Missed that tough shot, though. Miami, another opportunity to tie. Oh, they throw it away. Number 1 in perfect position to just reach a little wing out there. Buzz, buzz. The 3 is short. And it's 16-14. Throws it away again. And they're going to go up the floor this time. It's a big 2-handed slam. Whoop. Bam. And it's 18-14. That's a really nice offensive move right there. Shook the defender off of him, took the little mid-range jump shot. Got 3 pump fakes there. Good defense on the Miami Hurricanes to force the miss. Throws it inside into double coverage. It's one of those little jump steps, and they tried to get it up, but drew the foul at least. Third team foul for the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets, and it's missed. Miami is 1 for 4 from the free throw line, which is brutal. And Georgia Tech isn't much better. So if this game comes down to nailing your free throws, we could have some trouble. Under a minute to go, 18-17, Georgia Tech. Driving inside and pushing that lead to 3. A nice little bounce pass. Oh, he threw it right to him. I mean, just right to him. I don't want this anymore. Would you like it? Here, have the ball. Point guard number 3 working it around and bounces it into center number 12. He's a little short on the jump shot. Hurricanes come away with a defensive rebound and an opportunity to tie, or at least cut it down to 1. Georgia Tech will get the ball for the first possession after the half. Down to 6 seconds on the clock. They're going to throw it up. I think the shot went in. We're going to get a replay here, but they're going to show us the least interesting part. Yep, they sure did. They pick up the foul. 4th foul on the team, 20-19, and they missed the free throw yet again. They're like 1 for 5. Georgia Tech for fun taking a long shot, and that one doesn't work because it's an air ball. They threw that right to the Yellow Jackets. They were trying to get it to the player behind them, but the Yellow Jacket was right in the way. He just batted it away. So Georgia Tech wire-to-wire leaders there in the first half. Also, it's interesting that it's Miam, M-I-A-M. There's just throw a little I on there. Miam. Too easy if you're the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. The defense has been pretty good. Leaky on the first possession. And Georgia Tech will take a 22-19 lead. Miami's doing a good job, though. There's a nice dunk. If the shooting woes, or the free throw shooting woes continue, we might have to take a look at the stat lines to see just how bad they were, because they have been bad. Georgia Tech, I think, is 3 for 7, and Miami's 2 for 5, 2 for 6. Which means there's a lot of points left out there. It's a dangerous pass, but somehow the Yellow Jackets are able to execute it. All right, Miami, you're down 1. You got an opportunity for the first lead of the game. Your first lead of the game. And they're going to get the foul. No basket, though. This is not good for them. Number 0. Oh, my goodness. Are you kidding me? It was tailor-made for at least a tie. Okay, hold on. We're going to look at it right now. What are the stats? Stats Central. School stats. We're looking at the free throws. The Miami Hurricanes are 1 for 7. The Yellow Jackets are actually better than I thought. They're 4 for 7. I thought they were 3 for 7. 1 for 7 for 3 points. 3. No one's blocking you. No one's anywhere near you. Well, they're near you. It's you and the basketball and a bonehead backboard violation. 1 for 7. They throw it away. 5 turnovers for Georgia Tech. 11 for Miami. And he gets the friendly roll off the front of the rim. If both teams were 4 for 7, Miami would have had a lead and it'd be tied at 24. Hurricanes a little too strong. All kinds of chaos happening here. Good job by the Hurricanes to get out from under the basket. I'm a little surprised it wasn't called out of bounds slightly sooner. So I thought it was one of those weird plays, but the game can also be weird where it seems like the ball sometimes like phases through the backboard. Again, perfect game, 10 out of 10. Nothing wrong with it. There's a three-point attempt, but it's blocked. Miami comes up with a loose ball, but they lose it on the steal. And they'll drive it all the way down the floor. Georgia Tech starting to take over in this one. Miami, I was giving them credit. I was giving them, hey, your defense is playing really well. This offense has to get something going. There's a nice look at a deep 2. And that'll throw it down to a 1-score lead, 26-23. 2.5 gone here in half number 2, excuse me. Going to record this, going to record part 2, and then going to record football. So the terminology is going to get a little wacky. As that is a nice shot by Georgia Tech that doubles that lead to 6. So if you want more sports, by the way, from me, we have spring training going on in the evenings, and we have a wide open 3 there from Miami, but he left it a little short. We have spring training going on in the evenings, and we have, what is it, like, it's going to be like 7 hours? 7 hours of sports. Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. Don't get a backcourt violation. Don't get a backcourt violation. Throw the ball. There's a wide open Hurricane. Don't get a backcourt violation, please. Thank you. Tried to drive inside, right into a block. And here go the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. Pulling away in this one. Oh my goodness, even when you think he's going to be out of the picture, out of position, he still somehow gets back into position to block that shot out of bounds. Miami has the possession though. Under 10 seconds on the shot clock. Got to pay attention, but try not to panic. Okay, just kidding. You throw it up between 3 defenders, it gets destroyed. This Georgia Tech Yellow Jacket team, I don't know how far people put them, but they are looking good here. They're making a Miami team that I don't think has been terrible. Making them start to look real bad. Nice job to get one off the glass and in. Thought that was going to be another block. Again, thought it was going to be a steal. It's a weirdly bad shot from Georgia Tech. That's a nice job by the Miami Hurricanes to force the issue. We're going to jam this ball home, and you're not going to like it. Called for the foul. First personal. Second team foul. Miami off of the line. Does that make them 1 for 8 now? Even if you give them around the same percentage that Georgia Tech has, Georgia Tech with 10 blocks, Miami with 5, you're talking about a 1-point game. Oh, and they give up the bad turnover. It's a beautiful fast break. 6-point game. And we go to the line again, but who cares? Most teams you would be like, hey, yeah, drive. Try to pick up the foul. Go to the line, shoot it easy too. Miami is not that team. Miami is a team that you go, you need to finish at the basket because that's the most number of free throws you've made all time apparently. Because that was 2 for 2. Unprecedented, unheard of numbers from these Miami Hurricanes. From the free throw stripe, drove around that defender. That's going to be Miami ball. No foul, no nothing, just got pushed and lost control there. Good job by Miami to break the full court pressure. And a nice pass there. Miami was going to get it or nobody. And I guess it could have gone out of bounds. It's a little mid-range jumper. It's just a little too strong. It remains a 4-point deficit. Defensive foul is going to send Georgia Tech to the line for 2. And they're going to make their free throw. They haven't been good from the line either, but they've been better enough. Now teams are starting to figure it out. Hey, if we make our free throw shots... Why would you do that? Why would you do that? There was a wide open player on the other side. Instead, you're taking a shot in between 2 defenders. Nice steal. It's a deep 2, but it's a little short. Popped up nicely off the backboard for the easy Georgia Tech defensive rebound. 3.5 to go in a 6-point game. Miami coming in looking for that block, but instead they give up the offensive rebound. Jams at home. Miami's 12 for 29. We have 15 for 27 for Georgia Tech. Miami deep 3, short. Nice offensive rebound, and they're going to give him another block. They're going to give him 7 blocks on the game, and a steal by number 1. This Georgia Tech defense is something else. They are going to play the winner of the next game, which is the Michigan State-Connecticut matchup. I don't think they have the biggest offensive output potential. I know you can look at the score and be like, well, they haven't scored a lot of points. That's true. That's true. But it doesn't feel like Ball State did a good job getting to the line. Ball State was doing a good job making threes. This Miami defense has done a good job keeping the Yellow Jackets in check. It's just that the Miami offense can't really get it into gear, and the free throw shooting has been so bad. When you look at it, you're like, Georgia Tech feels like a team that looks really good in this matchup, but how do they look against a team that can score a little bit more frequently? Number 12 is a center who is 7'1". That explains a lot of the blocks. And what was a close game has ballooned to a 13-point Georgia Tech lead. And you know what? That's good news because it's going to put everybody on the board, getting some points. Be sure to check back tomorrow for part 2. As they are going to get a defensive foul. By the way, I said 7 hours of sports content. It's closer to 11. Because these videos are long. I thought they were going to be shorter because I was going to cut a chunk out, but each game has been taking right around 30 minutes. Passing inside. Miami with a nice job drawing the foul and getting the flip up and good. So an opportunity for a 3-point play. They're going 3 the hard way. And it feels like it's even more difficult for Miami, though they do make that shot. 1:49 to go. If you can get this down to 4 with a minute to go, I would argue that you're not totally out of it. But you need a couple of good defensive stops. Oh, I thought that was going to be one. You see that animation where they kind of do this? Do that whole thing? The game likes it to lead to a turnover. There is a turnover. Speaking of turnovers, there's a nice snag. I like Georgia Tech not forcing the issue with the full court pressure. You are leading by 10. There is no reason for you to try and force a mistake. Number 0 is going to bounce pass it inside. It's a nice little hook shot there for the Miami Hurricanes. The clock runs. 1:13 to go in the second half. Still an 8-point game. Tried to wrestle the ball away. Georgia Tech doing a good job here, just killing some clock. It's a little dangerous to see how much passing they're doing. Miami has done a good job filling the passing lanes, and we will start to see the intentional fouling here. One more will put them on the line for a 1-and-1. So it can be good sometimes to get some of those early team fouls out of the way, save some clock a little bit later on in the half. Clearly the Miami Hurricane was in the lane there. Should be a lane violation. Oh, they can leave when the ball leaves the hand. Never mind. Sorry. So a 10-point game. Not a lot of games happening today. Gonzaga with a resounding win against San Francisco. Gonzaga St. Mary's, that's a big one. When's that, tomorrow night? Tomorrow night when I'm recording. Tonight, no, last night when you're watching this. 44-35, 40 seconds to go, and it looks like the Miami Hurricanes are content to kind of just let this clock run out. Their defense played really well in the first half. They were a little leakier in the second half as the Georgia Tech offense started to pick up a little bit. It wasn't much, but it was just enough. Just enough to pull out a better than it looks victory. So would that be for the conference title? Interesting. So huge game for Gonzaga on ESPN. I don't know if you can watch like ESPN Plus. Watched on ESPN Plus. All right. Well, that game ended kind of unfortunately with a dud or with a thud. We'll take a look at Stats Central just because I'm curious. Follow up on my own thought process. The free throws 5 for 13, and the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets were 10 for 15. So even if you bump them up, it's not as big a difference because the point spread really started to pull there towards the end. But if you're better at the free throws, like what are you doing? 44-35 is your final, verifying that the winner is indeed Georgia Tech by 9. We will submit the scores, and with that score submitted, we should have everybody on the board with at least 1 point. So that is good news. That's what we want to see. We want to see competitive games. We want to see competitive brackets. And that is why I love doing this so very much. I was thinking about it. And I said I was probably only going to do this once a year. But I was thinking about maybe a smaller tournament at some other point in time. Because there are older games that I haven't used that might have some different mascots. So maybe I'll do like a little behind the scenes video of like, hey, here's what I'm thinking. It'd be a smaller tournament. You'd still be able to fill out a bracket, but instead of 64 teams, it'd be like 32. And it would cut out a lot of the mascots I don't like or whatever. So I don't know. It's a thought. If people are interested, you can let me know in the comments down below. And that'll also tell me that you made it this far into the video. If you'd be interested in it, we'd cut it in half. It'd probably just be a once a week upload. I guess I could do 8 parts that are 2 hours. That would make it maybe a little easier to digest. That's a thought that I'm having now that I'm talking it out loud. All right, big game for me. Michigan State taking on Connecticut. Yukon Huskies. Michigan State is my Final Four pick from this region. Everybody will have a Final Four pick from every region. We have a couple of them eliminated already. And mine could be eliminated right here. I'm a little surprised at how far I put Michigan State now that I'm like thinking about it. But I also really like that mascot. And this is one of the weird sections where I kind of like tried to pick with... I picked with my heart to be like, I like this mascot. But then I also was like, but this team's been good. This team's been good. That's why I picked Washington State. I didn't pick up to go far. I'm tired of being burned by that team. We are underway here in game number 6 of the tournament. The 3 is up. It's no good. The tip in is also no good, but they get another rebound, and that's going to draw a foul. So immediately, we have a naked dog on the line. And they get the first point of the game. They won the tip-off. They won the battle 2-0. And they are the 5th of 6 teams to win the tip-off and score on their first possession. Michigan State Spartans are going to pick up a defensive foul here. Maybe a reach in. Not really sure what happened there. First personal, first team foul. Michigan State, one of the few humanoid mascots I actually like. I don't like USC's mascot or Notre Dame's mascot. I hate the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. They will never be in these tournaments. I can't stand them, which is weird because they are the direct reason that the Green Bay Packers exist. But I don't like humanoid mascots. I think they suck. But the Michigan State Spartan is the exception because it is a mascot. It just looks like a human. It's also just a good-looking mascot, and that is a good-looking 3 to give MSU the lead. I don't know why I said it like that, but Michigan State takes the lead 5-4 here. Through a lot of clutter, finds a little bit of room, some sight lines. That was a tough shot for UConn. Jonathan, I believe, is the dog's name. I think we have back-to-back naked mascots here in this one. Or in these next 2 games, we do indeed. Pittsburgh. Should have put UConn against Pittsburgh. Who's the better clothesless mascot? Michigan State, though, they're with a big 3, and the UConn Huskies are going to try to respond with a 3 of their own. The tip in can't quite get it, and Michigan State works their way up the floor. It's off the hand of the UConn Husky. Would have stayed on this side of the floor, but then Michigan State made kind of an unnecessarily brave play. There's a nice shot up and good, lead out to 4. Unnecessarily brave play there to try and save that ball. Just let it go out of bounds. Or, I guess, go for it and try and take advantage of the chaos. That's a huge 3 from UConn. Clean look. The Spartan tried to get in the vision sight, but... Vision sight? Tried to get in the way, but couldn't. Quick passes inside, and the contact, not called a foul, but does affect the shot. And it is missed, so UConn looking for the lead again. And they will get it, 11-10. Both offenses looking pretty good in this one. A little bit of a faster-paced game with some good offense. That's somehow is Michigan State's ball, but I'm not really sure what happened there. It looked like he was behind the basket, which should be the, like, out of bounds, goes to UConn. But it wasn't, which is very weird. I got to remember at the end of this game to go out and put some Uncrustables out to thaw. The 3 for Michigan State is away and good. This can be a worry for you if you're a person like me who has Michigan State in your Final Four, which isn't the case because everybody else's Final Four from this region has played. But this is a concern as you're watching this game. If you pick them, no matter how far you did, Michigan State's shooting a lot of 3s early. You're not going to, not even probably. You are not going to stay that hot from deep. Live by the 3, die by the 3 could be an issue for the Spartans as we move through this one. We'll keep an eye on it. You could say that live by the free throw, die by the free throw was the Miami problem for a while. Out of bounds, Connecticut ball, as we see a missed three by the Spartans there. But then Miami faltered in other ways toward the, or down the stretch of that game. Jonathan, that's a three, that one's no good. The center is there, well positioned for the putback. It's no good, but does draw the foul. He'll go to the line to shoot two. And the second foul on number 42 will likely come out after this free throw attempt, or at the next dead ball, I should say. And that is exactly what will happen. Number 50 coming in for number 42. They're going to try and throw the ball up the floor, and it's picked off at midcourt. Jonathan driving inside, left hand finishes up and good, so a terrific 4-point swing for the UConn Huskies. 2 points from the free throw and 1 point, or 2 points, 2 more points off the interception. Bounce pass to number 40, kicks back out to number 23. Looking around. Nice low bounce pass again, and Jonathan's going to foul the Sparty. Michigan State buries the first one as the camera shakes. Knocks that second one in a little dicier that second time, but 17-15. They're going to go with a little full court pressure themselves. It's tipped and somehow, okay, that was very weird. One, Jonathan came away with the ball. Nicely done. But for some reason, a Spartan nowhere near the loose ball was like, I'm going to dive for it. Don't worry, Captain, I got it. They touch the ball out of bounds, and it's going to stay on this side of the floor. This end. This end. Went to run out of bounds. It's still Connecticut's ball. Stop touching the ball out of bounds, Michigan State. Well, they got what they wanted, a turnover. They shouldn't be rewarded for such bad behavior, yet here they are. 23-40, playing catch with each other. He's going to drive inside, get the contact, and he'll pick up the foul as the basket drops. Falls right into Jonathan's butt. And Michigan State takes the lead on the three-point play, 18-17. Point guard number 5. Oh, he throws it to number 23. The problem is number 23 plays for the Michigan State Spartans. That is a terrific fast break and great defense. That was great on both sides of the ball. Pretty good defensive positioning, at least, you know. Don't give him the three-point play. Make him earn it from the line. It was good crisp passing up the floor. It was good defensive positioning, getting back in the lanes. Well done. Stolen away again. The Spartans with a turnover party here, or takeaway party. That's 2 or 3 straight possessions for UConn that have ended in a turnover, but they get a takeaway of their own, and they run the floor, though it's a little too strong. Good job to follow your shot. Almost like he knew, oh, that's a little too much mustard on that one. Puts up the shot, flips it in, and good, 20-19. Do they have 2 centers in? Do the Michigan State Spartans have 2 centers in right now? Also, do they have an injured player? It is 5-on-4. I think he finally got back. Number 40 is a center. UConn misses the first of 2. And the second one is up and good. 4:10 to go in the first. So this is the first game, by the way, just kind of follow up on the thought process that I had started before this game, or maybe even at the very beginning of this game. March Madness 2005 is the first game that has enough teams for the 64-team tournament. The other game that I was looking at had 56, I want to say, which would require like buys and uneven pieces, and I was like, I don't want to deal with this. Because I remember it was just such a pain, because I think 54 works well. And it had like 56 usable or something like that. where like a certain chunk of teams, I think it was 50, it had 54, but I needed 56. And even if you give it to like a couple of teams that are like there, that shot got blocked right into the other Spartans' hands. And the foul goes against the Spartans. Fourth team foul here in the second half. UConn takes the lead with that made free throw, 23-22. As we work our way to the end of half number 1. 3 minutes to go. They only get 1 of 2. Michigan State down 1. So you'd see like a lot of the favorites, ideally. And it would just be a shorter, smaller tournament. And then have kind of the bigger thing in March. Could be a thing. I hadn't considered that, of just like use a different game that's older. It would probably need to have more variety. Like I don't think you would want to just like cut it down. You'd probably want to cut some of the teams, and then there's a nice shot for UConn. Cut some teams, but also replace them with interesting other teams. So I might have to go find some copies. I think I have some around here somewhere. Michigan State flushes that one, and it's 26-24. Again, let me know if you'd be interested in that. If not, it's fine. I have a hard time deciding if I want to do like just one of these a year, if I want to maybe do another one in a different, like a similar format, but shorter. 28-24, UConn with a good job to respond to Michigan State's make with a make of their own. They're going to touch the ball and leave the possession with the Michigan State Spartans. That's a weird little fall away to the right, and it's 28-26 with 2 minutes to go in the first half. Working around the outside. Good job by Michigan State to force a bit of a tough shot there. Opportunity for Michigan State to tie or take the lead, depending on what they do. They got a wide open Spartan in the corner. They find him. It's a little too late. It's blocked by the UConn Huskies. They'll bounce out of bounds and stay with the Spartans. Okay, bounce pass in. That's center number 40 and center number 50. That is wild. A 2-center combo in the year of our Lord, 2024. And by 2024, I obviously meant to say 2004. Caught up here. Able to get a little bit of sight around that defender. Michigan State forces the miss, and another opportunity for them to tie or take the lead. Kind of some weird animation or hitbox hitting. Lost the ball. And the UConn Huskies have possession with under a minute to go in the first half. Number 31, well short, held onto that ball way too long, but a good offensive rebound and follow to get 2. 30-26. Oh, when I do the other thing, I should mention the points remaining. We do have a couple of the Final Four teams already out. Well, we have one Final Four team out. It's Washington State. We could have a second one here, and that would be half the brackets would have one of their Final Four teams gone already. Or 30-29. I don't like saying the lower number first. Why would I say that? Okay, number 40. Push it up the floor. You have time. Number 23. He's speedy, but he looks really slow. Kicks into the corner. Number 15. Out to number 5, who gets the ball out of his hand. No good. The tip-in's good right at the end of the half. And I believe it'll be 31-30 Michigan State with their first, or with the first possession of the second half, and that's what the score is. 31-30 Michigan State leading the UConn Huskies at a good back and forth first half. That one's tipped away. They'll stay with Sparty. Throws it in. There's a shot attempt, but short. Michigan State only maintains a 1-point lead here. Number 12, moving forwards, backwards, all kinds of around. Trying to push players away from him. It's a nice look for three, and he splashes it home. It's another way you can look at the two quick passes being so lethal in this game is find that open three-point specialist and let him fly. Nice pass inside. A little surprised that he switched hands there. Looked like he had the advantage right there, and then just he swapped to where the animation was going to take longer. The defense collapsed on him. He does pick up the foul if he can make the two free throws. It's all for nothing. All that talking for nothing. Okay, well, good. Thanks for proving that I should stay quiet. I appreciate it. 31 points and 30 points are going to be two of the higher scores you'll see. I think the record is like 40. I think Duke put up a 40 on somebody. They were on fire all game long. Oh my goodness, absolutely swatted. Whew. There's a good look at a three. Well, maybe not the best look because they did look like hustle points, second chance points 6, fast break points 4 for the UConn Huskies. I was going to say it would look like it was a good look, but then I realized like, oh, there was a dog in the way? Because their own teammate was in the way. Nice steal there. And it's stolen back the other way. Little alley-oop action. They're going to call that a goaltend. That'll tie the game up at 35. And I don't know why, but they decided to just heave it deep. Third turnover already in the first 2 minutes of the half for the UConn Huskies. Michigan State trying to get the three, but the tip in looks better as that one goes down for 2:37-35. It's not the ratio you're looking for is that number of turnovers in that short amount of time. Oh, there's that quick pull for the three. Oh, actually, it's going to be a deep two. We're all tied at 37. Oh, kick to the corner. Number 5 gets it wide open and buries the three. They're running the same play on the other side. A step behind the line, and he got it as well. Splashed it home. Michigan State 5 for 9, 4 for 10 for Connecticut beyond the arc. One more make on one fewer attempt. We'll see another one. That one's no good. So 50% versus 40% from deep. Well, they're going to try it again. No. Michigan State, that was an awfully delayed three-point shot there. We just have three-pointer after three-pointer getting jacked up but not splashing home. I don't know what was happening with the Michigan State defender right there. Totally had his back turned. My butt will distract them. Easy bake for the UConn Huskies. And they finally take a shot that's not a three. We're going to see another three. That one's up and good. Michigan State right back out in front. .31 with a clean bounce pass inside. Easy paint points for the UConn Huskies, and they finish with the left hand to take a 1 point, or get that 1 point lead right back. Or I guess get the lead back, this time by 1. It was because it was 2, and then it was 1, and now it's 1, and still 1. Another nice clean bounce pass. It's like this. Both of these teams' greatest strengths, three-pointers and inside dunks. Their biggest weakness defensively. Michigan State impressing me here by making sure that they're still getting points other ways. I talked about it early in the game where they were on fire from beyond the arc. And you're not going to keep that heat all game long. 8th Michigan State turnover of the day. Jonathan's been a lot better. They have 6 on the game. They had 3 in the first 2 minutes of the second half, but they've been clean for the last 3 game minutes or so. And there's a turnover or a takeaway for the UConn Huskies. Nice spin move inside, and they will put that one away. Michigan State's not going to stay that hot from beyond the arc the entire game. They've found other ways to get points. They've been taking threes. They haven't shot away from it, but they're not living on that shot. I am shocked that the center was able to make that move to get that ball. If he keeps that ball in his left hand, it's going to go off the backboard. It's out of bounds. It's a turnover the other way. He's able to move it to the right hand and get it up and give himself an opportunity to either get points on that shot or, as we see, a 3 from UConn missed. Get himself an opportunity for an offensive rebound or his teammate and get a better shot. We saw the second option there. So good on Michigan State to cut that lead down to 1. Now take advantage of the missed shot, and they do indeed. 4 straight points for the Spartans. As UConn missed their shot. We have a good back and forth game. The defense has been okay. The offenses have been running just so much more efficiently. There's a nice block. The turnovers and takeaways have made it so that it's not quite as like, oh, this is just a slop fest. That's a nice block by UConn. They're on the fast break here. Let's slow it down. 31 quick passes into 27 or whomever that is. Out of bounds. It'll be UConn ball. Might have been a block there, maybe. Not 100% sure what happened. That one for sure was a block. Michigan State doesn't really have the numbers or the speed. So they'll pull it back and settle in. Try to find a half-court offense that works for them. One-on-one, trying to spin around him. He found a way to get around him. Something about the way he moved threw that UConn defender off. And even 19 shots made, but Michigan State's taken 4 fewer tries to get there. 51-48. Jonathan short, but gets the ball back and jams it home. Second chance points now 8 with 4 fast break points for UConn. Nice little mid-range from the center. Still unbelievable to me that Michigan State is using a 2-center offense. Or I guess just 2 center players. I was going to say offense like it was football. Nobody really hustled for that ball. The center number 40 is going to get it out to point guard number 15. He can't put it away. Oh, they should have knocked the lead up to 5, but he left it short. It's like he heard the footsteps behind him. Able to get around the defender. Thought it was going to be a good-looking shot, but just wide. Michigan State, there's a nice little feed inside, and that'll be up and good for 2. 55-50. Under 2 minutes to go here in second half. Game number 6 of 64 matchups throughout the month of March here on youtube.com/SeannosaurusRex. While we watch that 3 splash home. Make sure you've subscribed. Ring the bell if you'd like to be notified. You'll get tournament videos every Friday and Saturday. That's a nice shot right there for Michigan State. Push the lead out to 4. UConn winning that because they're trading a 3 for a 2. Inching closer. Going to pick up the first team foul for Michigan State here in this second half. Every Sunday and Monday. You'll get these big chunks. I guess with the way I do the schedule now, I could have broken it down into 16 videos. That's like way too much. But that would have taken every Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, which would have been a lot. Timeout Connecticut, as they have some excellent defense there. Give themselves the ball back with, they're down just one. 1:13 to go. So looks like we're setting up for a fantastic finish in this one. Oh, there's a three from UConn, and it is good. The Spartans playing that zone defense. They kind of just passed it back and forth until the defender was out of position enough. It's a good, clean look. And with 1:01, we'll see a timeout taken by Michigan State. Full court pressure by the UConn Huskies. Michigan State, they were going to break through it easy, but they kind of slowed up once they got to midcourt. They are only down 2, so they don't have to have a 3. We're under a minute to go now, 45 seconds to be exact. The bounce pass is inside. He's going to get frozen up. It's tipped in out of bounds right in Jonathan's hands, but he couldn't hold on to it. They're going to quickly inbound the ball. And unfortunately, we're going to see some intentional fouling. Maybe, maybe not. Michigan State. Interesting. They let it go for a little bit. I guess it's probably a good call. You're going to have to do it now because the shot clock is off. And my Final Four pick is in danger here on day number 1. First free throw is up and good. It is a 1-and-1. Second free throw is short. They get the ball. And they have an opportunity with a timeout. 21.6 to go. Can trade 2 for 1. You are kidding me. Oh my goodness, we're on the hardest difficulty. You should be the smartest players. That should ice the game for the UConn Huskies. Gonna knock out my Final Four pick in game number 6. I'll take another timeout, but just a terrible step out of bounds. You got everything you wanted right there. You got the defensive rebound after they only made 1 of 2 free throws, and your reward is a terrible play to step out of bounds. And now we're working with an even worse setup. We're going to throw it inside. That's not helpful to anyone. UConn's going to block it and knock it out of the way. All right, cool. Thanks for nothing, Michigan State. You farting Spartans. 62-57 is your score, verifying that the winner is indeed UConn. 62-57. And that is a big blow to my bracket. Personally, good game, though, for the most part. The ending was a little lackluster, but it's so frustrating when the teams, when they make super bonehead plays like that. It's just, what's also irritating is how slow this phone is. Are you kidding? Just go to the home screen. My goodness. Game modes. That is not good. Not good. We've had 3 Final Four teams, or three brackets Final Four teams knocked out. A couple of Washington States and my Michigan State pick. All right, let's move on to game number 7. It's Pittsburgh taking on Penn State. LMNOP. Oh, God. Oh, there they are. There they are. There they go. All right. And while this gets set, I'm going to run outside. 10 minutes, press box. Okay. Run outside. And not outside. Just out the door real quick. We're going to throw some Uncrustables up. All right? So I'll be right back. Hang out. Subscribe if you haven't. Okay. The 3 is up, and the 3 is good for me at Penn State. I'm going to guess that Pittsburgh won the tip. They're only the second team who hasn't been able to score on that initial possession following the tip. But they do get points to bring it back to 3-2. Penn State is a team. This court does not look familiar at all. Nice steal there by Pittsburgh, and the Panthers drive it inside. Honestly, when I see that logo, I don't think Panther. I think it's like a dog. Like I don't understand how they think that looks like a panther. It's not the worst one because the Ohio Bobcats maybe have a less accurate logo / mascot. But I do believe this is a new home floor. I should go through and make sure we visited everybody's home floor. I'm trying to always make sure that I give the teams get home court at some point. Usually the first round is where we can tinker with it the easiest. One feature that would be really nice is being able to flip the stadium to a neutral site. Especially once you get down to... because I know the women's tournament has a lot of, has home court, and then once you get to a certain point, then it's, I think, maybe I'm wrong. I'm okay being wrong on that. It's a nice kick to the corner 3. A little off the mark as it's off the back iron. Maybe I might be thinking of the NIT. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. So the NIT. The NIT has host teams, and then I think at some point maybe they go to a different place. 6-6 after the jam that rocked the basket. Got a really reflective floor here. You see the scoreboard on the bottom with a frame. Poked away, and the Penn State Nittany Lions come away with it. It's a nice little mid-range 2, and Pest takes a 2-point lead. Why is that? Nice job by Pittsburgh to drive the ball inside, but better defense by Penn State to contest the shot and knock it away. Blocks are an even 2-2 so far, which is kind of a lot in the first 3+ minutes of the game. We're seeing a lot of turnovers and takeaways as well. A bit of a sloppy game. Michigan State now has scored, the 3rd most points in the tournament, and they are losers. So we have that's 2 of the top 4 scoring teams have lost, which is absurd. shot is a little short, but a nice offensive rebound here for Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh tries to put it up, but it's blocked by Penn State, or Pest. They'll bring it up the floor. That one is stolen and thrown forward for a big jam to tie us at 8. God, it looks like a dog. It just does not look like a handful. That's a nice, pretty okay look at a 3. It was a little deep, so the shot was a little short. The defender was kind of there, I guess. Number 11 throws to number 22. Looked like he had a better option on the other side of the floor. That pass is errantly thrown into the arms of a Penn State Nittany Lion. And then he throws the inbound pass away. Pitt team is confused. This is a bad color matchup. Thank God Pittsburgh's wearing jerseys and pants. But it is much closer than I realized. There's a couple of games I think that are like this that I will try to be more aware of in the future. It can be a little tricky to follow, which makes them hard to watch, obviously, but it's also difficult to commentate. So I was genuinely confused, oh, what happened? Oh, because he threw it to the wrong guy. Pest is being a pest. They're up by 1. They're playing some pretty good defense. Offenses, I think, on both sides are playing a little lackluster. That's a nice jam home for the Nittany Lions. Not the logo that you think of when you think of Penn State. You know what? I'll say it right now. I don't like Penn State. There's a nice feed inside. And Pittsburgh's doing a good job just kind of keeping pace with them. Just stick with them for a little bit, see if they can go cold, and we can keep our momentum, or our rhythm in rhythm. Keep our offense in rhythm. Maybe we can take a lead. We're getting some help with some missed 3s there. So they throw it forward. Number 22 goes with the bounce pass inside. 5 for 14 versus 7 for 12. Bounce pass inside. Outstretched arm provides enough resistance. But because two Penn State Nittany Lions went up. Oh wait, did he miss that shot? What happened? Somebody were out of position, gave up the offensive rebound. And there's Pitt taking the lead there. So yeah, it must have been a miss. I thought it was a make. It's a breezy first half as we're down to the 3-minute mark. It's blocked by Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh doing a good job, just taking nice, easy 2s and really feeding inside, down in the paint. Ooh, 1 for 2 from the line. That gives them the odd score. Now they have a 1 2-point basket lead. 17-15. There's a bounce pass. Tries to slice through the defenders, but somebody picked up a foul in all that mess. We're going to give them the basket as well. We're going to get the weird... It's weird. We're getting the replay, the call, and then the replay, which is, I don't think, a thing that we've really seen. They missed the free throw to take the lead, complete the 3-point play, so now we're all knotted up at 17. Bounce passes inside and bullies a Nittany Lion over. Jams it home. 19-17. Looked like there maybe was a push there, but no whistle is blown, and it's retied. After watching, especially Michigan State take a lot of threes, I mean, they scored points other ways as well. It is nice to see a couple of teams really committed to feeding the paint. There's a bit of an errant jump shot. Nice offensive rebound and putback. Kind of a gentle, hard slam. Didn't rattle the rim, but just threw it down with authority, and like they're spiking a volleyball. I didn't touch the net. Number 5 with a 3. It's short off the front iron, but that is just terrific positioning by that defender, or that offensive player. Poor defensive positioning there. He caught that ball, went up, and slammed it home. Well, nice find, and nails the trifecta from the corner. Those are the kind of plays that you like. That's what you want to see. It's good, smart basketball. You see your wide open teammate. Kick it out to him. Let him try. Rewarded you with a win right there. This is bad defense. You can make arguments that there's good offensive plays in here, but these defenses over the last couple of minutes have looked atrocious. There's a nice looking 3, and he got it. Knots us up at 26. Shot clock is still on, which is interesting. I think it's nearly identical with the game clock. He stepped out of bounds. He just stepped right out of bounds. First sighting of the baseline bandit. Sometimes that happens. The baseline bandit shows up. They steal possessions away as players lose track of where they are on the floor. It's pretty okay find. Good defensive recovery right there. They're going to force a deep shot. He got it, though. Did not matter. Penn State Nittany Lions are going to take a 3-point lead into the half, 29-26. In what felt like kind of like an exhibition game in the last 3 or 4 minutes of the half. These teams' defenses are not good. And obviously a terrible first possession there for Pitt, which means that Penn State won the opening tip-off, and they missed their first shot. So, sorry, Pittsburgh. Apologies. And the bounce pass inside of a hook shot. It rattles around a bunch of the rim, but falls out of the basket. It falls off the side of the basket. I don't know how you would want to phrase that. Either way, it's no good. That's a nice defensive recovery. Just when you think that, like, hey, the defense is kind of terrible, that's a good defensive recovery there to make sure that you're blocking that three-point shot. Quick pass. Pulls, but it's short. The center with great positioning, can't get it to go back, and then he's going to end up getting fouled. A big old mess there under the basket. And he can't put down the free throw. He's short on both. Well, he was long on the first and short on the second. Either way, big misses for the for the Pittsburgh Panthers. Looking for number 5. He puts it up and splashes it home. 31-26. One of the larger leads we've seen here. Both teams have done a good job at taking advantage of how bad the defenses are and make sure that this game's never really been out of hand. They've done a good job trading possessions of points. Sometimes it's like a 3 versus 2. They bullied that man down. The Penn State Nittany Lion fell down on the play, and then he whipped it to his teammate who wasn't ready. and it's out of bounds. It's a terrible turn for the Pittsburgh Panthers. Loose ball picked up by the Nittany Lions. Finds number 5's hand again. He lost control of it, but gets it back. Number 3's on the inside. The hook shot's up, but it's not good. And the Panthers regain possession down 5. Number 15, that's a real deep 2, and it's off to the right. Bricked off the back iron. Goes inside, number 45. Number 45 makes a move. He tries to jam it home. No basket, no foul, and then another block. It's tipped, and oh my goodness. The ball is bouncing around off everybody. Number 15 has a shot, but it's no good. Nice offensive rebound. I'll put 2 on the board and be down 3, 31-28. Number 5, that's a nice little find. Good defense there to affect the shot. Definitely altered what he was trying to do, and it was no good. That is a really errant pass right there. Just kind of a lazy lob. Good eyes by the Nittany Lions defender. Pokes it away. They're going to try and respond. I think it's a deep 2. Now they're going to go for a close 2 with the offensive rebound put back beautifully. And we have a 5-point match again. 33-28. There it is for Pittsburgh. He didn't take it. He was wide open. It should have been an easy look for a 3, but I guess if you want to throw it into the paint, hard to argue that result. An easy jam home too. They ran it so beautifully though. They ran it exactly the way you would want it. The ball handler saw it. The receiver ran it to the right spot. He didn't have, you look at it and you go, okay, well, he didn't have the 3-point specialist sticker. I think you can kind of just chuck it up there. You're that wide open. 4th turnover of the half for the Pittsburgh. Oh my goodness. The other mistake that I made today was that I recorded a game with the Pittsburgh Pirates for spring training with the Mariners, and that is ruining my brain right now. The 3 from Penn State puts it at a 6-point lead. This Panthers team has got to figure it out. They run it again. It's number 22. He's hesitant to shoot that 3. Gets it inside to number 2. They might not have any sort of 3-point threat. Oh, they do. It's literally the guy who passed the ball in. But he's not the one running the play to free himself up for 3. It's a nice pass inside, trying to find some room in the paint. He'll be fouled on the way up, and he'll go to the line to shoot 2. 2nd personal foul, 3rd team foul on the side. First free throw is up and good. Might see him get subbed out. They might leave him in because there is only 5:27 left. The 2nd free throw is no good. Now the question's irrelevant because he can only sub on dead balls. So. Have a quick pull there by the Nittany Lions. So those are the defensive possessions you're looking for as a Pittsburgh Panther or Pittsburgh Panther fan. Both teams have really slowed down. I don't know that the defenses have really made adjustments. They are just launching a lot of 3s, especially on the Penn State side of things. I don't know if the Pittsburgh's defense has really improved that much. There's a good job to get inside and cut the lead down 2-3. They leave the center in with a couple of fouls. That's a nice block right there. We're going to get it back to number 5. He's going to find the bottom of the net anyway. I think it was another time. 2 defenders going up at the same time. The loose ball then becomes the advantage to the offensive team or whoever had the ball blocked. Everybody's out of position. It's an easy basket for the shooter. starting to see the breakdowns in the defenses that we've seen, especially early, or I guess late in the first half. Just too easy right there. That's too easy right there. And you can't have those two possessions follow each other. You're trying to get back in this game. Obviously, you have plenty of time. You're not out of it by any stretch. That was a bit of a dramatization, as it were. That's a terrible throw. I don't know who that was to, but that was awful. There was entirely too many players in that area. There was no way that ended well. The shot is up and over. Penn State taking control here, up 42-35. Number 15 in the corner, looking for the alley-oop and finds it. Take a look at the dunk. We're actually going to get to see the dunk. Wow. Finally, a good replay. It's like seeing good defense in this game. It's a rare sight. Number 20 dribbles around, bounce passes outside. Oh, that's an errant throw. That's a really bad throw. You don't need to... I think they're switching into a little bit of a clock usage mode. And I like the idea of moving the ball around a little bit, but that's not what you're looking for. He finally pulls the trigger. That's what you're looking for. We saw him so hesitant earlier in this game. That's the confidence. Catch, shoot, let it rip. You're running that play because they believe you can make that shot. There's a three for Penn State, and I can't believe that it was that good. Splashed it home and erases the great shot from Pittsburgh. Right back out to that 5-point lead, heading towards 2 minutes to go here. Game number 7. They're running it again. 22 looks, but it's a little too strong. The defense comes away with the rebound. Bounce pass back outside, blocked at the 3-point line. He's off to the races. It's a one-on-one, jammed it home. 45-42. That was the exact correct player to have that fast break opportunity as they try to trap him in the corner by midcourt. Oh, they have him kind of again. If you can get into that animation, you'll most likely knock that ball loose. They drive it inside. It's off. Bit of a wild shot. Timeout. Okay. I didn't hear the whistle or anything in my ears, so the game just looked weird there for a second. I don't know why I didn't hear it, but Penn State going with a little pressure. Nothing too wild, but pressure nonetheless. It's so annoying when that happens. That is not the shot you want to see. And as a commentator, just looking at it like from a coach perspective and just going like, no. Okay. All right. It's a tough contested shot, but they got it. They're down one. Pittsburgh down one. It's over the defender's shoulder. And the shot is a little short. We could very well have ourselves a fantastic finish. And that's why you hate seeing the out-of-bounds play that Michigan State had. You hate seeing a potential backcourt violation by Pittsburgh. And then you look right there and you go like, who is the baseline bandit is back. And it stole a possession. It could steal a game for Penn State. They are not intentionally fouling. They're only down one. Oh, they're going to steal it. It worked. They look like geniuses. There's 25 seconds to go here. Uh-oh. The game is broken. Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay, there we go. Thank goodness. I didn't want it to be like here's like a terrible looking, like, jacked up three. 10 seconds to go. Holding for the final shot. I don't know how they have not traveled. They're trying to get away. Number 2 has it. He's going to be the guy who's going to come up with the shot. Is blocked. Okay, well. Hey, this video game's perfect, by the way. That was setting up for such an exciting finish for them to stand there and just dribble the ball. Hey, there's a time limit. I know. That's annoying. That is so annoying. Great defense there by Penn State. That block sealed the game for them. Okay, so we're going to make sure, just because this one is so close, 45-44, your final here, as Pittsburgh falls. Sorry, and the Nittany Lions move on. Verify that the winner is indeed Penn State. It is. Submit the scores, and we are moving on to game number 8. It is Arizona State taking on Mississippi State. Bulldogs, Sun Devils. That one feels like it could be a big miss for me, personally, that last game. Ooh, I'd love to play online. You think anybody's online? Arizona State. Oops. There it is. Arizona State Sun Devils. They're heading down to Mississippi to face the Bulldogs. That's very Elvis. Mississippi State Bulldogs taking on the Arizona State Sun Devils. Okay, I thought my headphones lost audio there. We'll get this one going. Oh, God. Number 15, All-American 10 minutes press box. The tip is up, and we are ready for game number 8 here of day 1 of March Mascot Madness. Mississippi State does a good job to get on the board after winning the tip. I believe we had 6 for 8 teams today. Never really thought about that stat before. It wasn't until we got to like 3 or 4 in a row of being like, oh, teams are winning. That was a really weird play. Sometimes we've seen fouls on plays like that, but not in that scenario. Mississippi State comes away with a loose ball and a 2-0 lead. Nice spin move there. Fires it across. That 3 is up and good, even with the defender right there. Did not matter. Okay. Well. Okay. Oh, God. This, today, I'll let you in a little behind the scenes. Today, absolutely brutal for me. That's a nice find inside, and it ended up being a goaltend. Maybe not the best way to get on the board, but hey, it's a way to get on the board, and you got some points. 5-2. Mississippi State quickly works it up the floor, finds the center. He moves around, clears some space, and it's 7-2. That's what you look for. It looks like they've gone back-to-back plays like that on the offensive side, and it has rewarded them with 4 points. You never know if that first shot goes in. They did call it a goaltend, but that one looked good. So Arizona State. Oh, Mississippi State. They missed the shot, and then even when you miss the shot, you're like, okay, there's the good defense you're looking for. Oh, no, just kidding. It's an offensive rebound. Oh, then you threw it away and they got a turnover? Fantastic. Thank God, by the way, that they do not have the cowbells in this game. If they did, we would never see Mississippi State again. Watching Mississippi State play football is the worst. Defensive foul. Arizona State will throw it in from the sideline. First personal, first team foul. They're going to run that play, but two defenders in the area. I think sometimes the problem, now that I'm kind of watching it a little bit more, is sometimes the offense has a player a little too close to the three-point line, so it puts a defender kind of in that area. I think it makes the path short maybe for the other defender as well, because there isn't more to like work around. Instead of having to go all the way around, you can cut a little bit. Seems to create a little bit more traffic. Nice shot by Arizona State. Get that up and in. We have a 7-6 game. At this point, Arizona State has felt like they are just kind of surviving on the defensive side of the ball. There's a nice little bounce pass. Can't get the basket to drop, and Arizona State with an opportunity to take a lead. We'll find point guard number 1. He puts it up, it rattles around and drops. A little surprised he took an extra step in. Well, it looked a little weird because you're wide open, but hey, take a step closer as the defense closes in, no problem. But then he put like almost too much power on, like he moved a step but didn't adjust how much gun he was going to put into it. And just like that, Mississippi State works their way up the floor, and they will immediately score and retake the lead. Forces a bit of an errant shot there that's short. And Mississippi State again working with a pace that I enjoy. They're getting up, they're getting into position as quickly as they can. But they aren't able to make the shot there. Bounce pass inside. He can kick it to the corner, but they kick it back to the guy who sent it in. Should put Sun Devils and Blue Devils against each other. That could be kind of a fun, silly matchup. The bounce pass back outside. They have a couple of three-point specialists on Mississippi State, it looks like. Working around the outside, but kind of ran into his own player there. I like the idea. It seemed like he was going to clog up. Either force the rotation or kind of just clog the two defenders on the one guy. But he ran into the center or whomever was there, and it threw off the groove. Again, open guy in the corner, but they just don't want to go to him for some reason. They're going to get a foul on the shot, and that should send them to the line for 3. Though with the feet, it can be a little tricky to tell where they're going. But we are indeed going to get 3 shots. He misses the second one, left it a little short. And the third shot, is good. So they cut the lead down to 1, though they could have tied it. That second free throw wasn't just off the front iron. Number 21 didn't even really make a move, but the defender pulled himself out of the play. I like what number 1 did right there. Didn't have the numbers, did not have the advantage, like speed-wise or anything. Recognized that, slowed down. Tried to set up a play there and kind of got rewarded with a bad shot. The ball's going to go out of bounds. I'll call it Mississippi State ball. Even though Mississippi State and Arizona State are similarly colored. Thankfully, the Bulldogs are wearing a white jersey. Arizona State's main color on on Sparky is red, but the main color on the the score bug is yellow, which is weird. Arizona State has one of the better redesigns in college sports recently. I really like what they did with that. I don't love the Arizona State, the old Sun Devil logo. Like, I kind of like it, but I like the pitchfork more. Though I do think Sparky is a good mascot. Kind of is just a guy in a costume, though. But there's at least a mask involved. Yeah, like that logo that just flashed up there. Don't love it. Like the new Really like the new design. They'll be members of the Pac-12 this fall, or the Pac-12. They'll be members of the Big 12 this fall, which is interesting. And kind of a bummer, but whatever. Cougars recently released their schedule. They are working working with the Mountain West Conference. So that will be interesting. A lot of change, a lot of turnover there. I'm sure they'd like to think that they are like a power or a Big Five. What's it? Power Five? No, yeah, it's Power Five. Power Five, Group of Five? Is that what it is? I'm sure they'd like to think of themselves as a Power Five conference or Power Five conference team. But I think they're probably more of that next level. I think especially with all the turnover and the uncertainty of what's going to happen. I think it's going to take a lot of good players away. It's going to be really hard to rebuild that where you just go like, we don't know what's going to happen, but if you'd like to be along with us for the ride, go for it. And more power to the players who want to, who want to experience that. Good on you. I wish you the best. I'll be rooting for you. Go Cougs. 17-14. This little foul line jumper there for Arizona State. It's short. Mississippi State started off hot in this defense for Arizona State right up until that. Can you let me finish my sentence? Can I compliment you, please? Arizona State's defense has improved. And before I could get the word improved out, saw a man dive for a ball and miss it completely. That's a nice job. I was going to say that, they looked like they were just surviving out there for the large portion of the first couple minutes of this game. Mississippi State was working with a pace and a flow and a rhythm that Arizona State was not matching. They were just kind of hoping, hey, we'll get a miss, hopefully, and we'll see what we can do with it if we can get the rebound. They since have looked better, and Mississippi State has fallen off their gas a little bit. Not that they're necessarily not trying to push the pace, trying to do what they were doing early in this game, but just the flow, the rhythm isn't there with the shots being made. There's a nice takeaway for Arizona State as they try to throw it forward, but it's blocked from behind. They're going to try and come up to loose ball. They do. It's a dangerous area down there by the baseline. Bandit, that one's tipped away. Two players dive for it, but neither of them come up with it. Sweet spin move. Bullies his buries his shoulder in him, gets him out of the way, and finishes at the rim. 17-16 with 1:24 to go. There's a good-looking three for Mississippi State, and they will push that lead to 4. Sparky trying to find some room, kicks to the outside, and then he drove in toward the paint. And it's the second time we've seen Sparky kind of go up with one of those weird things, like they're trying to draw a foul or they think they got fouled, and it just is a loose ball turnover to Mississippi State. Diving out of bounds, the ball will stay with Mississippi State. The Bulldogs. Oh, he threw it away. Number 1 coming up with a nice grab right there. Throws it to number 13. 13 driving in. Oh, it's stolen away by Mississippi State, who throws it forward to point guard number 11. Works it around and the bounce pass inside. 21 up and in. 22-16. Mississippi State now getting kind of back into that rhythm that we saw earlier in the first half. And this Arizona State defense again feeling like it's just kind of surviving. There's a nice bounce pass into the paint. The clock is winding down to 10 seconds. There's nobody there for Mississippi State on their end of that end of the floor. It's a dangerous pass to midcourt. They're going to throw it into the corner. Number 1's going to fire it down and way off the mark. A weird end there. trying to get everybody further down, but that can tend to lead to turnovers. It did lead to a turnover, but not the way you would think it would have led to a turnover. And a wasted opportunity for Mississippi State at the end of the half. Good break for the Arizona State Sun Devils as they had a ball go off the hand and right to an offensive player, but then they break out on the turnover, and just like that, it is 24-18. That was such a good opportunity for Arizona State to cut that down to a one-possession lead. There's a nice bounce pass inside, and an easy slam home for the Sun Devil. (24-20), and as I sit here on day number 1, chunks of games have really flown by. Point guard number 1 brings it up the floor. 1 minute gone here. We'll see a three-pointer taken by Arizona State, trying to slice the lead in half. A real opportunity for an offensive rebound. Mississippi State does a good job coming to brings a little reinforcement as they leave some pressure in the backcourt. Bounce pass inside. Somehow that got fouled and tipped in. What a bizarre looking shot here. We'll hopefully get a replay on it. Just kidding. It cut too early, but the camera angle was going to be bad anyway, so it doesn't matter. 28-20, but the free throw can't complete the three-point play. And it is an 8-point lead for the Mississippi State Bulldogs. And there's a nice turnover. Good job to force another errant pass. Sun Devils' offense does not look good. It was a pretty good defensive play, though. Could string a couple of offensive possessions and a couple of stops together, and they can make this at least interesting. Games have been good for the most part today. A couple of disappointing endings. I think you look at the Michigan State ending as disappointing. Just the out of bounds play was pretty unfortunate, and then obviously the Pittsburgh finale was wildly underwhelming. We've had some good finishes. The only one bad game would be the trouncing of Georgia by Ball State by 22. Ball State nearly doubled up Georgia, and one of the worst performances we have ever seen. And we have power forward number 34 with an injury. Hopefully we will get an update. I don't think those flame hands are really meant to shoot the basketball. So Mississippi State is at the line, and they bury the shot. 31-23. That checks out. Just a weird drive into a couple of defenders. Way too easy for the oversized, or for the mismatchedly sized defender to get a paw on the ball and block it away. Too much mustard on that one as it rattles off the back iron and out. Nice steal by Arizona State, but they slip and slide their way out of bounds. They hit that butter spot and just kept on going. The worst part is it was a really nice play by Arizona State to get that ball out of his hand, try and cut an 8-point lead down to 6, maybe 5 instead. They slide out of bounds. The lead swells to 10. The shot is errant and bad. We have an injury update. It's just an arm injury. It doesn't say out for game, which it did for the Cougars earlier today. If Arizona is to win this game, Arizona State that is, we'll have the cowboy hat-clad Wildcats later in the tournament. If Arizona State is to win, he will return. But it really does feel like it's going to take a lot for Arizona State to get back in this game. A nice 2 there is a good way to do that. and make it 33-25. It's a nice little shot there by Mississippi State. Lead back out to 10. Nice find. Took him a little bit to get the ball out of the hand, but it's a good look nonetheless. Clean stroke and splashes it through. Lead down to 7. Oh, that's an open man in the paint. Oh, but he leaves it short there. Looked like he was going to be a lot more open, but the defender made a nice adjustment to get in the way. And sometimes that's all you're looking for. It's just like, hey, I'm in the way. There's another 3 from Arizona State, a little too strong off that back iron, kind of looped up there. Rebounded by Mississippi State. Drive inside through 2 defenders. Shot looked a little short off that front iron. We are halfway home here in the second half. There's another 3 for Arizona State. That time it's short, about a half a step too far back. A little bit left, but it's a couple of clean looks at threes. They're trying to get into this lead as best they can. Live by the 3, die by the 3, and Arizona State is dying by the 3 at the moment. Both teams have state in their name, so I'm not sure which team they're rooting for. Arizona State empty on 3 straight possessions. Mississippi State, however, 4 points on their last 2 possessions. This one feels like it is just too far out of reach. Arizona State looked better. They were trying to get inside a little bit when they were faltering early defensively. They've switched to more of a 3-point splash attack, but it has not worked here in this second half. Here's a nice turnover or takeaway for Arizona State as they work their way back up the floor. It looked like he was doing this. Where are my sailors? There's a nice shot, but I think it's only a 2. Or was it 39-28? Either way, it's 8 points now. I believe it was 11 because it was 7, then 9, then 11. There we go. We figured it out. We solved it. Numbers 39-31. Arizona State, part of me, like, in my head, I go, they're out of this. They haven't looked good. But they're only down 8. They have 3 minutes. You cut this down to 3 in the next, minute and a half. There's another 3 from Arizona State. Nice job to get the offensive rebound. Kicked it back out to point guard number 1. Bounce pass inside, and that's 5 points in the last 2 possessions for the Arizona State Sun Devils. But if you can cut this down and you can get a couple more either just stops or turnovers, which they've been pretty okay at. They might have a shot to pull off a comeback. It'll roll out of bounds. It'll stay Mississippi State ball. Quickly thrown in. Oh, into the interior. They tried. That's kind of a 50-50 right there. That's kind of doomed if you do, doomed if you don't. Domed if you don't. If you go for the steal, you miss it. You're out of position. You're going to give up the 2 points. If you at least try to adjust and get in position, you can maybe try to affect the shot. The decision, I think, looks a little bit weird, but I think it makes sense in that context. 41-35. 2 minutes to go here in the final half of the final game. Ooh, drove inside, found a feed, and did not work for them on that one. Just throw it forward. Oh no! He had an open man. The defender did an excellent job. Again, just get in the way. Get in the way. That was a very long 2. That's a big play for Arizona State. They should have thrown it forward. There's another turnover. Arizona State has 13 turnovers. A lot of those must have happened in the first half. It feels like they've been a lot cleaner here in half number 2. It's just a little too long. Didn't really need a 3 right there. But they've been aggressive with the three-point play. I thought it was going to be a double team trap there in the corner, but the offensive player for Mississippi State came into the frame and like threw off what animation they were trying to find or trying to like initiate. Please don't foul. 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 Please don't intentionally foul. Instead, they're going to get a turnover. Okay. I beg of them to not do that because there are some times where the teams just do the most frustrating thing. Like, there's like 4 seconds, like under 10 seconds to go on the shot clock, and they go, oh, intentional foul. Because the game is like programmed that like at a certain point it has to happen. It doesn't always have the best recognition of like the entire context. The game goes like, if down by X and X left on clock, then Y or whatever. Oh, the Arizona State Sun Devils. Their defense really picked up in the back half of both halves. It felt like the first 5 minutes of the first half and the second half, the Arizona State defense was getting carved up. Carved up. But in the last 5 minutes, or 4 or 5 minutes or so, they did a much better job causing turnovers, creating turnovers, takeaways, and forcing some missed shots. They got a little lucky here and there, but I think it's just a few too many threes. Oh, that shot's missed, and they can't get the rebound. Mississippi State. Another missed, and they missed the rebound again! And that's big because you only get a couple of shots with the teams getting a 1-and-1. You have foul 7, 8, and 9, so you get 3 chances at that. They blew 2 chances. 2 chances for 0. 0. Instead, it's a 6-point game with under 20 seconds to go. They're going to try and run a screen to free him up, but the big, tall defender is in the way. They'll find a player that might be able to get a 3, but they can't. And that will do it. 43-37. Another kind of kind of icky. 43-37. Mississippi State is your winner. We'll submit the score, and we will be on our way. That's game number 8, folks. Game number 8 is in the books. Day 1 is complete. Thank you so much for watching. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. We're going to get you some scores. We're going to get you some standings. We'll recap a little bit. I'm not just going to get out of here. We'll get this set up. Tennessee, Texas will be our next. I love that Kansas is 1/2. I love that. I forgot that. Otherwise, I probably would have advanced Kansas. I don't think I did, though. The first is Tennessee taking on Texas in tomorrow's game. Texas is the home team. I sure hope my brother picked Texas and not Tennessee. Thank you again so much for hanging out. Let's recap the day. Washington beats Washington State 59-52 in the first game. Duke, they win by 10, 51-41 over LSU. Memphis beat Dayton 51-47. That was a pretty damaging game for me. Today was real bad for me. Yuck. The Washington State, big game. A lot of people had one of those two teams in the Final Four. So a couple of people, I think half the bracket predictions have one Final Four team out after the first day, which is a lot. That is a lot. And I'll be very interested to see as we go through days 2, 3, and 4, how many other Final Four teams we lose. Because we lost them in bulk. Like 2 right off the bat, and then me a little bit later. And then Duke is a Final Four pick as well, which is what reminded me of that. So day 5, game number 1, which will be the round of 32. Washington, Duke. You're going to have 2 Final Four picks for Washington and 1 Final Four pick for Duke. duking it out, no pun intended, on in that first game of that day. Memphis beats Dayton. Ball State crushed Georgia 47-25 in easily the worst game of the day. I would have to look. 25 is one of the lowest scores. I think there was an error when I input one of the scores, because I remember one of them being really bad. I have the footage. I could probably find it. 47-25. Then we took a little break, but it was only a second for you folks. It was more for me. Georgia Tech, they beat Miami 44-35. They looked like maybe the best team throughout the day. They were consistently good on both offense and defense. And the offense was a little bit shaky. Miami's defense was a lot better than its offensive output. But I'll be curious to see how Georgia Tech does against a team that maybe can score a little bit more, which is what they will have, because Connecticut will be the opponent that they face in round number 2. Connecticut won 62-57 in a pretty good one. That was a pretty big loss for me. That was my Final Four, one of my Final Four picks out in day number 1. Penn State won by 1, 45-44. And last but not least, Mississippi State beat Arizona State 43-37 in a game that was kind of closer than it actually was. It really felt like Mississippi State was in control of that game from start to finish. Arizona State accidentally got close, and then they were like, we got to win this game. We win. We got to win. So there you go. Through 8 games. We can catch up on the standings here, and I'll use my phone, otherwise it breaks my computer. Out of the 8 games, please hold while I reload. We have the this is my bracket. That's hold on. This is on me. My bad. Sorry. We have Untitled, whomever that is, I don't know. Rank, they are number 1. They have 6 points, and they have a score potential of 188, 6 of 63 picks correct. And you know what? Since it's the end here, let's dive a little deeper. For Untitled, they missed. They got beat by Georgia, and they got beat with Arizona State. Those were the 2 misses, and neither of them were particularly far. Arizona State made it to the Sweet 16, and then they had Georgia losing in the next round anyway, so nothing too damaging there. Obviously, with a score potential of 188 points remaining, that does indicate that you still have a lot of your big picks still in. Bracket number 2 in second place with 5 points and a score potential of 175 is Ryan Sucks. They missed Washington State LSU, and Washington State was a big one. That was a final 4 pick for them, so that's a big loss right there. But LSU was a small loss, and Georgia was a very small loss for them as well. They got everything else correct. So rough first half for Ryan Sucks bracket, but a perfect second half of the day with Georgia Tech, Connecticut, Penn State, and Mississippi State all winning. In third place, we have I'm Going to Win. They are in third with 3 points, a score potential of 151 left. They missed Washington State, LSU, Miami, Michigan State, and Arizona State. Washington State's the big loss, because that was not only a Final Four pick, but that was a finals pick for them. Miami wasn't a big loss for them, but Michigan State was. That was a Sweet 16 Elite 8 candidates. Miami wasn't a big loss. Michigan State. Arizona State was not a big loss either. But a couple of, like, your entire Sweet 16 or Elite 8. What is it? Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Your Elite 8 is already gone from this region. And you won't be the last person that has that problem. So in third place, we have, hold on. Sorry. In third place, we have the Bitchin' Baylor Baddies. They have 2 points. They have a score potential of 182 remaining, or a score potential of 182. They missed Washington State, Dayton, Georgia, Miami, Michigan State and Arizona State. Duke is their Final Four / actually final pick. So that was a big one. That was if you were going to walk out of day number 1 with 2 points, only 2 points, you want your final pick in there. That's fine because your score potential is still monstrous. So that is good. Otherwise, everybody else kind of, I mean, that's eliminating Sweet 16 teams, Elite 8 teams. You have your one Final Four, and you have your final pick. The other one that they got correct is, actually they have their Elite 8 is intact. Duke and Penn State. And that is who won today for them. So there you go. Still in good shape, though a pretty rough first day. But not the roughest. You are in 4th. Then we'll win eventually, maybe. They are in 5th place with 2 points, a score potential of 162 points. They lost Arizona State, Mississippi State. No, I apologize. Arizona State, Michigan State. I was reading the wrong thing. Dayton, Georgia, LSU, Washington State. Yeah, that's a rough one. This is where you kind of look at like you're missing one of your Final Fours already. Both of your Elite 8s in this region are out. You're really riding on Arizona State at this point. Nope, the Arizona State lost. Never mind. Sorry. You're really riding on actually nobody. Both of the winners that they had, they predicted to lose in the next round anyway. So not a great first day, but still looking okay. And then you have me. I have No Pulp. OJ is number 1. That's me. That's my bracket. I'm in last place with 1 point. I have a score potential remaining, score potential of 163 remaining. That Michigan State game was brutal for me. That was a Final Four pick. I have Duke getting to the Sweet 16, and that's it from this. So this was a really bad round for me. Tomorrow is going to be really important. I need some teams to survive. However, I do think that some of the teams that I have going far, other people have going far. So that's where it's kind of like I got to pick and choose who I'm rooting for. But I do need to pick up some points, and we'll see if I can do that tomorrow. Thank you all so much for hanging out. I have a score potential, by the way, of 163, which is 1 point more. So, yeah, I only got Duke correct, and I don't have them going much further. Again, thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. If you like this kind of content, be sure to scroll down, subscribe, ring the bell. You'll be notified when I post new videos. I'm going to probably take a look at some of the older NCAA games and see what kind of mascots are involved. If we can get a good chunk, I would say 8, maybe 10, something like that, and pick some of the top favorites from this tournament. Maybe in September we run a different tournament in a different game that's a smaller scale, maybe still 8 parts, but instead of 4 hours, it's 2 hours, something like that. More of a supplemental sort of thing rather than like a full-blown other tournament. That way you can get one of these in March, and then you would get something smaller that would kind of maybe scratch that itch. Could be kind of fun. So I'll see if I will see what kind of college basketball games I can find. I'm sure I have some. So I'll take a peek at that. Keep an eye out for that video. It'll be like a little behind the scenes thing. I enjoy doing those kinds of videos, just brief research or whatever. So we'll do that. We'll take a look at it. And yeah, thank you again for watching. If you'd like more, be sure to subscribe. Do that right here. Ring the bell if you'd like to be notified when I post new videos. I'll be back tomorrow with part number 2, and every Sunday and Monday you can catch new episodes of this tournament throughout the month. Watch some more March Mascot Madness or Mascot Madness right over here. Watch something else up there, probably spring training baseball. And until next time, goodbye. Good sports.